T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return. getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw. Scrum! That's right. That's where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. 10 o'clock p.m. showing of Indiana Jones. I'm tired. I'm really, really, really tired. So I didn't go to sleep until 2 a.m. We got home, and of course, I couldn't go straight to bed, so I was up till 2 a.m. And I woke up when the alarm clock went off, and then I wrote you guys a message on YouTube and said I'm sleeping in. I can't do this. It's too early. And so here I am finally. Just 2 hours late, right? Which is about right. Normally I go to bed around 11:30, so for 2.5 hours, I'm still a little lacking on sleep here. But I really enjoyed the movie. Look, I'm just gonna be upfront with you guys. If you're going to Indiana Jones and you want to see the best CGI work you've ever seen in your entire life and a masterpiece in cinematography, don't go. That's not what you're going to get. You're going to get an Indiana Jones classic movie. And everything about the entire movie just made me feel like I left off from the past, and everything was it was just a classic Indiana Jones movie. And I can't. I was happy. I was happy about that. I didn't even. I mean, it did bother me. There were some things that were bothering me visually that I was just sitting there going like, I'm so used to seeing Avatar quality stuff, and and so visually I was sitting there kind of like a little frustrated about that, but I was so happy on the inside because let me tell you, I told Hunter when we got in the car to drive over there. We had to take two different vehicles. Hey, I got the truck back, by the way. We jumped into the truck and we were getting ready to drive over to go see the movie. And I said, you got to throw on Indiana Jones soundtrack on the way over while we're driving for 30 minutes to get to the movie theater. So the whole way there, it's dun 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 dun, dun and we're just like, I'm like, yeah, I'm getting pumped up, and that's what I got. That's what I got the whole time. It was like that. It was like that childhood memory of watching an adventure, and so I was really really happy about that. So I'm not gonna tell you how it ends. I'm not gonna tell you. You got to go watch it if you want to see how it ends. Go watch it. Arthur Martin, yeah, man, I like going to the movies. I can't imagine who doesn't like going to the movies. It's fun. Um, what was I going to say? There was one thing specifically I was going to say about the movie, and I'm trying to remember what it was. There's a quote in there, and I actually already when the movie was being released, and they had the previews that were playing, or the I forget the trailer that was playing. They actually used the quote in the trailer, and it's probably one of my favorite quotes out of that entire movie, and kind of exemplifies what it is that we're doing here, and it's about how hard you believe in something, and so I think that's I already did I think I already did a day where I put in the title. I wanted to kind of almost put it in for the title today, but I was like, nah, I already used it before. But man, it was good. It was a good movie. Go watch it. It's so fun. It's iconic. It kind of reminded me. I don't if any of you guys are game players out there, but me and my hunter, we both said the same exact thing. We both said after it got done, we were like, kind of felt like Uncharted in a way. The bad guys are always on their tail, kind of thing. And it was funny. We were laughing about it. And Melissa said, she said that she thinks it might have been one of her favorite Indiana Jones movies of all of them. Now, I'm a little personally myself. I'm a little fond of the third one, The Last Crusades with Sean Connery. That's kind of just I don't know. It was it was kind of iconic a little bit. Oh, I know what it was. I just remember what the one thing that I remembered was. The one thing that got to me just a little bit that I have to throw in one criticism. The one thing that got to me a little bit is of course they made Indiana Jones look like his younger years with some back in the history kind of stuff that they were doing with the CGI. But you got Harrison Ford's old voice, and there is a drastic difference between Harrison old voice and Harrison young voice, and I couldn't quite get past that part because I'm looking at a young Harrison Ford and hearing an old Harrison Ford voice, and that was a little distracting. I'm not gonna lie, the very first scene of the entire movie, I have no freaking clue what was said in the first 5 minutes because I was so focused on the idea that I was listening to an older Harrison Ford. So it was a little distracting for me. I couldn't get past it. I was like, man, he just sounds so old and he looks so young. So, but it was a great movie though. I had a good time, and yeah. Buzz and Buzzman says, I felt Time by Hans Zimmer was quite fitting with how long we've been all holding and the dream aspect from the film it was used. Epic emotion sound. Thank you for the submission, Buzz and Buzzman. I appreciate it. Sorry I couldn't play it exactly on your birthday. I'm kind of backlogged on songs right now, so that's a little my fault, but let's get into the day here. We only have about 20 minutes, and I got to do price predictions and go over numbers and all that kind of good stuff before market opens. So we kind of got to crash through this. I probably spent way too much time talking about things I should have just briefed over real quick. But Easter B says that's funny. You figure they would have tweaked his voice a little. I felt like there might have been like one or two spots where I felt like they did try to tweak it, but it was almost like he was like in a situation where he was like walking away from the microphone, like he was like his voice was like trailing off, and it sounded like the younger him. But when he was like right up in the screen and the screen was in his face, kind of thing, is like, no, that's definitely old man Ford, old man Ford. It's weird to call him old man Ford. But yeah, but I still loved it though. It was so great. Let's take a look at these numbers. I gotta stop dwelling on this. Move on. First thing I need to do is let's. I'm a little off here because it's starting the day kind of weird. Trying to decide if I should do price predictions or just go straight into numbers with 20 minutes. Let's go straight into numbers, and then we'll go straight into opening of the market. Taking you guys over the other page here. Let's see what we got going on real fast. And remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp up there. Otherwise, I won't see it. All right. I'm not going to say the whole two-factor authentication, all that other kind of stuff. Getting pictures of your portfolios because we ain't got time for that right now. So let's move on. Starting with price predictions from yesterday, the total price on AMC and Ape AMC closed at 442, Ape at 175. The combined total on that was $6.17. Man, I was off by quite a bit. I said 645. I was way off. So let's see here. Who was closest? Nobody hit right on. And nobody gets a bonus point for being closest. So we all just get price prediction tally points. I just want to make sure nobody got it. Closest would have been Apex though, with his 455 to 755 prediction. He was still off by about 12 cents. All right, so let's just add in an extra bonus point. So far, I mean, unless somebody nails the price prediction for the day today, everybody's going to have a really difficult time catching him for the week. So he might win this week out here due to that one day that he had a price prediction that was closest. So let me give tally points. All right, 4, and last one, 5. Alrighty, short exempt volume from yesterday. We had kind of lower volume, so I'd expect this number to be lower. It is. It's 235,000 shares in short exempt volume. And then on Ape, short exempt volume was oops, I gotta refresh to the new day. Thursday. I'm gonna forever for the rest of the day. I'm gonna have that Indiana Jones song stuck in my head, dun, 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 all day long. 80.3 thousand shares. So it's an increase. Yesterday we had an increase on AMC by 0.23%, and Ape was up 1.74. Utilization on AMC 91.83%, so it went up, and on Ape 31.32, down again. Not unexpected. All right. Max pain for the day today is probably going to be still 450. I can't imagine it changing any. Indeed, it is. Off exchange from yesterday. Final numbers for the day, I expect to see about 64% combined between off exchange and EDGX. Off exchange had 47.98% going through it. EDGX had a total of 6.05. For a combined total 54.03%. That's 9.97% less than I would expect to see. Where did all the extra volume go? A lot of it went into CHX. Holy moly, crapoly, holy. It's insane. It's insane. CHX volume for the day yesterday, 8.76% of the total daily volume going through. There was 2.476 million shares going through there. That's really probably darn close to like an all-time high. I think we hit an all-time high before when it was like 3 million shares, and that wasn't too long ago. Yeah, it was. I'm looking back here in the history. It was 3.22 million shares. So this is exceptionally high. Dang, man, this is so much volume going in here. All right. Yep. A lot of volume. What else was propped up? It was probably one of the bigger movers. Memex had some additional volume in it than normal. Taking a look at Ape. 46.41% going through off exchange. EDGX was sitting at, let me refresh this one more time just to make sure it's the final numbers. Okay. EDGX was sitting at 5.68. The grand total on that's 52.09%, or about 11.91% less than I would expect to see. A lot of extra volume going through the New York Stock Exchange. Some of it also going through the NASDAQ. A lot of it going through the NASDAQ GSM. Additional volume also going through EDGA. and ARCA, all those, but CHX only had 0.01% of the total daily volume, which ended up being 1,900 shares, so nothing unusual going on there. On GMEs, the final numbers for the day for CHX for GME was 0.24 with a 30-day average of 0.36, so kind of standard, nothing unusual. I already updated the institutional ownership this morning, so that is indeed not changed from yesterday, 139.259 million shares. And then taking a look at what's next, options. Highest amount of open interest carried over. Still open interest. Highest amount is at a $4.50 strike, but man, the $5 strikes are right behind it. We went from 41.9 thousand contracts to 44.8 at a $5 strike, or $4.50 strike. I'm sorry. Yesterday, I think actually the $5 strike might have actually beat out the 4.5. 4.5 is now higher again. At a $4 strike on puts, it has the highest amount of open interest, and it went from 62.6 thousand contracts to 23.5. Big changes here. It almost makes me feel like my numbers are off or something on the page, but there may have been a lot of closing of put positions that are there. Oh, I see what it is. It was at a $4 strike. It's actually went up to 66.1. My eyes are still deceiving me this morning. We went from 62.6 thousand contracts at a $4 strike to 66.1. I was focused on the in the money put volume there at 4.5. So market's really suggesting, based on the open interest, the strike is for the calls at 4.5 and puts at 4. A closing price on AMC somewhere between 4 and 4.5 by the end of the day today. And we are indeed at $4.30, so we're kind of like almost right smack dab in the middle there. Normally I would put on a little bit of music, but I need to rush here a little bit faster, so I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to move some screens around real quick, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Not that one first. What am I doing? Put that back. I want this one. And this one. Talk faster. That's what I feel like right now. All right, we're holding that support, this ascending level of support as price is kind of even trading through the sideways through the night. We didn't get the breakout in the suggested box that I have, but I can almost guarantee you here at market open that we'll probably see a breakout or a retesting of this level of what I would call support right now. So watch for us to. I mean, they're going to want to try and break down through this to the bottom side. And likely retest $5.96 again. We've already retested it once, but the level that I really want to see, what I've been looking for, is this bullish triangle that gets formed with the Fibonacci retracement and that rising level of support. That's a bullish triangle that's being created because the flat side's on the top side, and so I'm looking to see this break to the top side here. We tried to do it in the aftermarket hours near where my box was, but you can see they very quickly pushed it right back down inside the wedge here. But we're getting to the very tip of this thing here, and so I imagine they're going to try and break this down to the bottom side and use that initial volume in the morning to try and push us down to the bottom side on this thing. So, yeah, I haven't seen what the markets look like yet, so I have no idea. But we'll take a look here. Looking at Ortex, so far this morning on AMC, we see returned. There's been a return of about 461,000 shares. Estimated short share interest of the free float's down due to that to 23.58%. Cost to borrow min, max, and average is all 8.26. As there's only been one borrow for 14,000 shares so far on AMC this morning. So those numbers are all pretty low. That usually indicates that there's only quick borrow and returns happening. Let's see here. Let's take a look at utilization, as it did increase slightly day over day. increased from 91.29 to 91.83%. On loan amount decreasing from 196.06 to 193.07. So we're looking at 2.34, 6. I can't math. I can't math this early in the morning. For me, since I just woke up, let me just put in a calculator. Oh my gosh. I'm still tired. I'm still so tired. 193.7. Can't even type. 2.36. 2.36 million shares having been returned yesterday. Man, it's bad. It's bad when you can't math in the morning. More coffee. Let's see here. Taking a look at estimated short share interest, the free float dropping as a result from 23.78 to 23.62. So we're looking at 16. So Ortex is estimating that of that 2.36 million shares, 830,000 of that was in closed short interest, which sounds about right. They usually do a third of it, so it's pretty close. It's a little on the high side. Or my math is wrong. One of the two. On loan average age per day, let's take a look at that. That's still rising. We went from 114.25 to 116.1. And security lending volume rising yet again, third straight day in a row from, oh no, I'm sorry, it dipped. It rose. I'm seeing the price in here in the background. I'm confusing it with this also, the screen bar. So it did rise from 5.49 to 6.31 million shares. And then let's see, we've got utilization. Well, actually, let's start over here. On Ape, 4.71% short share interest of the free float. Let's see what that looks like in all these other numbers. Utilization is down day over day. Usually that means shares were returned. We went from 34.65 to 31.32. On loan amount dipping quite a bit from 12.99 to 10.41. So 6. I just can't math. 13, 11, 12, 13, 3.6. Looks like 3.6, but I can't math, so I'm just going to pull up a calculator. 12.99 minus 10.41. 2.58. I was close. What did I say? I think I said 3.6. 2.58 million shares returned on Ape. Casey sucks at math. Yep, in the mornings I'm really bad. Let's take a look. Ortex short share interest of the free float dropping as a result from that, from 4.86 down to 4.71 on the on loan average age per day, increasing day over day from 124.42 to 131.61, which means that they were likely closing out newer positions than older positions. Security lending volume dramatically increasing from, let's see, 1.58 million to 2.58 million total shares. That 2.58 means when you see security lending volume being the same exact number as the total amount of shares returned for the day, that tells you that there was no borrowing on Ape whatsoever. That number was exactly the same number, 2.58. All right, moving on. We're getting too close here to comfort. How's the market looking? Pre-market indicators. We've got VIX showing down 1.62, so the market should be up. We're getting a lot of green on the markets right now, anywhere from 0.63 to 1.05 up on the market. Market's looking really hot and heavy right now. Probably cooking with bacon grease this morning. Take that into consideration. Orders by Fidelity customers at the end of the day yesterday. Let's see if it's just giving us the last 4 minutes. It is giving us just the last 4 minutes. AMC, Ape, and GME are not on this list. 398 is the trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day on AMC. Ape 1.575. There's 5,000 shares available to borrow right now. Looks like earlier this morning there was at least 150,000 shares available. They borrowed all those 150,000, returned about 15,000 of those, and started borrowing some of those 15,000. But I'm not going to count them because I only do increments of 50,000 or greater. Yesterday we saw about 200,000 shares borrowed, so they're already at 150 plus. Fees for borrowing right now are down to 197. This morning, there's 169.6 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 31.9 thousand contracts that are in the money, 98.8 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 58.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. Let's take a look real quick here at the numbers. I can't continue on. I'll leave where I left off with some of the analysis on these numbers here, but I gotta give a quick price prediction here because I only got a minute left. Let's see here. 1 hour time interval. I do expect upwards momentum, especially with the market cooking as good as it is. I do expect to see a retest eventually of 484. Perhaps we start running that direction a little bit today. Let's take a look at the Ichimoto cloud. It wants to break through that Ichimoto cloud so bad. Man, I'm so hesitant to guess up, but I'm going to. Let's go with a close of 449 on AMC. And on Ape, we're going to go with a closing price of probably really darn stinking close to where it's at right now. It's going to break through the red cloud, so it's going up. We're looking at let's say 182 close on Ape. So combined between the two, $631. 481 to 781 is going to be my price prediction for the day today. It's a rushed price prediction. Let's see here, 481 to 781 on a close for the day today. And with that, unfortunately, guys, I got to take you back over to starting out the day. We'll leave where we left off on some of this stuff, covering this. I just started way too late. I thought I could get more of this done, but I talked way too long about Indiana Jones. Let's get this day started. I'll see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. That's where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. I forgot the second part to that. I was like, what do we do besides fling poo again? I was like, oh yeah, I forgot my daily dosage of crayons. Good morning, guys. Good morning. If you haven't seen Indiana Jones, go see it. That's it. I'm not gonna go on this whole big long rant again about it, but it was a good movie. I really enjoyed it. Good times. My wife said it was her favorite one out of them all. The title for the day today is Final Day for the Hearing. Today is the last day for the hearing, and we have our movie trivia winner, Frank Lehman, for the day today. And that's right, poop is cobalt blue. That is absolutely correct, Donkey Kong. At least mine is. That's my favorite color. You'd think it's red. I mean, I'm always wearing like red hats and stuff like that, but it's just kind of like, I don't know. It was a Kansas City hat, so that's how it started it all. But anyways, does Harrison Ford use a walker? Actually, Eddie Trades, there was two parts in the movie where he was like we gotta hurry, and he does his run, and his run, it's got that very obvious old man run, like every bone in his body is stiff and hurts kind of thing. And he does this little like run jig kind of thing, and it's just I laugh my ass off because I was like, he can't run. And then they brought back in an old character. Well, actually, they brought in quite a few old characters. But I'm not sure if it was the same actor, but it might have been. I think his name was. I always thought it was Solomon, but I think it was Saul. They brought that guy back, and then he's like, hurry, Indy, we got to go. And then they both start running, and both of the two guys had about 10 steps to go to get to where they had to get to. And it was like the most geriatric run you've ever seen in your whole life. Two guys who were trying to hurry to get there, and they're like, woo, after they got there. And I was just sitting there, I was laughing my butt off because I was like, man, I love it. It was so great. It showed, they're human, they're old, and please don't make fun of Harrison Ford. I'm not making fun of him, man. He's an older gentleman now, so but it was so much fun to watch, and it made me laugh a little bit. It was a great movie. I'm not making fun of him, I promise. Petrofire says, welcome to ADD, where we eat crayons for breakfast and we take our BP meds. That's right. But yeah, it was, by the way, speaking of BP meds, since you brought it up, I didn't bring it up. my blood pressure finally got to some good, well, what I'm considering to be decent numbers. Uh, as of last night, I think just before I went to bed, I took it and I got down. I'm at 128 over 89. So I broke the threshold of 130 and 90, which is what I was looking to do. So if I can keep those numbers that way going into this weekend, I think starting next week, I'm going to probably start doing some working out. By the way, speaking of next week, Monday is a half day for us. We only trade a part of the day tomorrow, or I mean Monday. So you don't really get a 3-day weekend, but we're off the 4th of July. Speaking of which, I got to go pick up some fireworks. So yeah, don't forget about that. We're off on the 4th, but we have a half day on Monday. So we're maybe I'll start my working out on the 4th of July. Start off with a bang. My birthday's coming up. I don't know. I feel like I need to have like a celebratory day for when I started. Like I'm changing my life and getting it into the better and getting the exercising done and doing what it is I need to do to try and fix things for me health wise. And so I think I'm gonna maybe I'll make it July 4th. I can't think of a better day to celebrate starting a change. Maybe I'll have something really bad to eat that day and then be like, okay, that's it, no more. The blood pressure medicine that we finally settled in on, Lois, is amlodipine. They originally prescribed me with lisinopril, and then I said no, and so we settled on amlodipine, and that's what I'm on. But it was I started taking it last Saturday, and had some of the worst side effects right off the bat. And but once I got past the side effects, it took me about, well, let me go back to my records here. It took me 3 days to stop feeling side effects, and I had things like massive headaches the first day. Actually, for three days in a row, I had headaches, but it got continuously less and less. And then I started feeling like I had hangover and tingling of the face and the feet and hands. But that all went away after about 3 days, and now everything feels pretty good. I still have momentary periods of time where I feel like I might be slightly tipsy or something like that. But yeah. Lisinopril's got some really nasty side effects to it, Manjit, and one of them, if I mean, not to take away from impotence, but that was one of them. One of the ones that really would have bothered me the most is that it causes people to have this like clearing of the throat. You know how I always make fun of Pal's Bells when he always goes like that, all the time. That is one of the side effects of taking lisinopril. Is you get this like cough. Some people get this cough, and that would bug me to no end if I had some kind of cough like that constantly. I mean, I even make fun of Jerome Powell, which now I know Jerome Powell is probably on blood pressure medication. It's probably lisinopril, and that's probably the reason why he's always going all the time. It makes him sound like the beginning portion of a Beavis comment that's about ready to come out. Yeah. Stocks. I don't do those. Anyways, I can't really do Beavis very well. But anyways, there's other side effects too that I was looking at, and I was like, no, I'm not doing lisinopril. I'll pass on that one. Anyways, let's leave where I left off at and take a look at the rest of these numbers here real quick here, and it's made out of snake venom. I take metoprolol, but lots of have side effects from lisinopril because of the fact that it's made out of snake. I had no idea it's made out of snake venom. Holy crap. Eddie Trades, I wanted to just do diet and exercise, but the problem is that it wasn't my systolic, it was my diastolic. And and I mentioned that to my dentist that I was just going to start changing my lifestyle to fix it. And they're like, you don't understand. Like, you can't just, you could possibly have a stroke if you do that. So I wanted to get on the meds. I'm only planning on staying. These meds are good for. They give me a prescription for 30 days, and I do a complete physical in 30 days. My plan is to go back into that doctor's office, have my blood pressure so good. I know it's not going to happen, but I'm planning on having it so good that they're going to be going like, we need to cut back on your dosage. And my plan is to get off these as fast as I possibly can. So it's only a temporary thing for me. I don't plan on being on for very long. And I know my body's got it. I still have it. I know I got it still, so I can get there. It's just a matter of changing a mindset. But let's take a look at the rest of these numbers real quick, since I didn't get to before we had to start open the day here. Let's look at the overall market and see how the health on that is right now. Nasdaq up 1.33. I know, actually, you know what? Let's just wait on it. It's only 12 minutes more before I got to do this all. We'll wait on this, but I do want to just look at AMC and Ape specifically on the 1 hour charts just to take a look at Ichimoto, because we never really got a really good chance to take a look at those before I had to start the morning intro. So let's look at those real fast. I'm going to take you guys to the other screen here real quick. On Ape, on a 1 hour chart here, because I got to write down my numbers. Where are they? Right here. Let's see here. So lagging line is above price line, conversion is above base, and price wants to break through the top side of this red cloud on a 1 hour chart, which happens to be at $1.78. So if price does break above, if it hits 179 and maintains that or higher, this could turn into a pretty strong buy signal. So that's why I suggested a 182 close, as 179 I think is doable. And a lot of these indicators are showing that it looks like it wants to break up, at least temporarily, an upwards motion in price here by the end of the day. So I've got us for 182 close, and 179 starts to become a big buy signal. On a 4 hour chart here, we've got lagging line below price line, conversion below base, and we're still, we have crossed through a green cloud, and we're on the bottom side of a green cloud. Running through a green cloud to the top side is really, really super bullish. Usually it goes through the thinner portions of red clouds. And so that 183 price prediction that I gave would still put us inside the cloud and not necessarily breaking through. I may have been a little overzealous by guessing 183. I probably should have stuck around with like a 180 close by the end of the day to keep us underneath the cloud, but I was rushing through on the price predictions. So yeah, we'll probably see something a little closer to 180 or maybe even just 178, 79-ish. But this is not a buy signal as of yet. In order for it to become a buy signal, price would have to move up above the cloud before the end of the day is over. And by the end of the day, that's 186. So we'd have to see a 187 close to really get some additional buying pressure coming in on Ape. On AMC, on a 1 hour chart, we've got lagging line right at price line. Conversion slightly above base, and price moving up above and staying above a green cloud. Now, normally price likes to move down through green clouds, but I think we're getting a little bit of a bounce here, and I think part of that reason is if I pull back out to a 1 hour on this 1 hour chart here, you can see that we broke out of this descending broadening wedge, which usually has price moving back up to the secondary touching point on the top side, which in this particular case is going to be somewhere right around anywhere between 474 and 483, somewhere in that range. Maybe this Fibonacci retracement at around 472, 473 range. So that's where I think eventually we're going to be coming back up to touch or retest that with this signal this pattern signal that has broken here. So I think we're going to stay off this green cloud here and not necessarily push through this and be retesting those numbers. Do note the blue line that I've got set up in here. That's where a synthetic price failure would reset. So a push through that and seeing a bounce off of 472 in the coming near future is a really, really strong possibility in my opinion. So I think we might be avoiding this, the breakthrough of this green cloud currently. And it's still, like I said too, Conversion line is still above base, and lagging line is on price line, but will be above it if we continue to maintain where we're at or higher numbers. So we really only have to see above 443 to continue to see upwards momentum for the day yet. So yeah, 444 or higher becomes a big buy signal for AMC, and we're at 439.5. And then on a 4-hour chart, lagging line is above price line, conversions above base, but we're starting to move into the red cloud. And usually price likes to move through the thinner portions of red clouds. Notice there's a big, thick, fatty red cloud over here, and that's kind of scary a little bit because of the fact that if they manage to stall price out sideways going to the end of the day today at around 439, then we'll probably stall out and maybe start heading back down going into next week, and then finding the breakout in the later portion of next week. Because we got, let's see, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, it would be like Friday-ish. We would probably start seeing the increase in price. If not, if we don't maintain 439, and we do see that continuation to move up to 461 and breaking through that and testing 472, that could happen today if it breaks through the cloud at the top up here where 461's at, which is where the synthetic price failure resets. So there's a very strong chance we could see that run and break through the cloud. Conversion's still above base. There's no green cloud forming in the future. It's looking like it wants to try to break out through this. The number that we would have to see to turn this into a big positive buying number would end up being 460 by the end of the day. And I think that's all I got for you guys. Go back over here. It's almost time to go through the numbers here again. Bollinger Bands are pretty wide right now, which means there's a lot of volatility. You can see there's a lot of suppression in price in these 1 minute periods of time where they're really pushing it back down, trying to avoid that breakthrough. $4.43. You can see there's definitely some kind of top up here right around 440 that we're bouncing off of multiple times. Tendies Plus Plus says, I'd give a kidney to have buy and hold start playing in the courtroom. All we have to do is figure out what the phone number, what the code is, the access code is to get through on the phone. That would be really funny. No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't be funny at all. It'd be wanted in what is it? The state of Delaware, or I always forget where's Chancery at. I can't remember. Where does everybody incorporate at? I always forget the state. Why do I always? It's why do I always forget where it is? It's everybody incorporates in. Why do I always forget this? Somebody help me out. Why am I? It is Delaware. For some reason in my head I kept thinking Delaware, and I just didn't trust myself. I was like, nah, it can't be Delaware. Yeah, the incorporations are always in Delaware. Actually, when I was just typing in right now, it was actually saying there's more corporations in Texas, but that's probably just because the state's so large. I don't know. Oil probably, it might be another reason. I don't know why I was wanting to say someplace other than Delaware. I don't know. In regards to AMC's price movement, when we opened up this morning, we were crawling up really heavily through the backside of or the top side of this Bollinger Band, and typically speaking, that means price is going to correct and come back down to the simple moving average, retest that before either bouncing off of it and finding support and then continuing on with that upwards trend, or moving down through it, breaking through that simple moving average and then moving down to lower lows. And you can see that's happened twice now. The second time we did not. Now remember, I've got my Bollinger Band set up for different numbers than most people would. The normal numbers would look like this, and you're going to see that we're crawling all over. Is it 16 periods? I think it's 16. No, that's not what I wanted. What is it doing? 20. I always forget it's 20 periods. All right. So this is what a normal Bollinger Band looks like. Actually, I guess we didn't cross the Bollinger Band the second time. This is what a normal Bollinger Band would look like with the standard settings. I don't like those. There we go. Brian says people from Texas are weird. You're from Texas. Einstein says judge has these lawyers talking in circles. You guys are rubbernecking so hard it makes me want to listen. Look, everybody's stopping to look. I better stop and look too. Zern sounds like a bitchy name. Oh man, I think it's just because you're thinking of like maybe like Toy Story. Wasn't that Zern? Hold on a second. What was that guy's name? Bad guy in Toy Story. What was his name? This guy. Zurg. It's close. It wasn't Zern, it was Zurg. It was just a one letter off. Don't hate me. Einstein says these lawyers really suck at their job. I mean, so Einstein, most of these guys are, what I would consider to be ambulance chasers. Most of these guys are used to settling out of court, right? And so it's not very often for them to have to take these things to trial. And so when they do have to take it to trial, they may not necessarily be all that great at what it is that they're doing. Wait a minute. What was oh, you know what's another ZOR? Wasn't it Zorg? Or I think in Fifth Element. Yeah, it was Zorg. It's off by one letter too. Zorg, Zern, Zerg. Two letters off, whatever. And they're trying to collect 20 million in fees for this. I'd do a better job for 1/10 of that. Well, you missed your calling, Einstein. Maybe you should have been a lawyer. You'd have to go to law school. Put in some time working for somebody else. It's probably quite the effort. Albert says Biggums is hoping that these guys upset Zern so much she takes one day and throws the case out. I mean, for the few minutes that I was listening to it yesterday, the Plaintiff lawyer literally says, I don't want to call this, what did he say? I'm trying to think what he said. He said, I don't want to call this hold on. Man, this is what happens when I get so little sleep. I should have just taken an extra hour and just come on later. Hold on here. I got it in my notes. I had to write it down because I was like, I'm not going to remember this. He said a bluff. He says, I didn't want to call this a bluff. Yeah, there it is. He literally said that. He says, I didn't want to call this a bluff. And I'm sitting there going like, oh, okay, so basically you're admitting that you just wanted a settlement out of this because you knew you didn't have a case, and you got one. You got the settlement. Now when the judge is calling you out on it, you're literally saying a bluff. I could almost see him doing air quotations when he said a bluff. It was pretty bad. Maggie, good morning. All right, let's take a look at numbers. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Give me 1 second while I refresh some screens, and let's see what we got going on here. All right, full rundown. For those of you who are just joining in for the day-to-day price prediction tally points, no extra points were awarded. Everybody got a point for the price prediction tallies. For today, the price predictions, I've got 481 to 781. Eric has 5 to 8. Apex has 485 to 785. And Einstein has 451 to 751. So there's not the only person that really has like a 10-cent range are the guys on the top side and the bottom side. Einstein's got a 10-cent range. Eric's got a 10-cent range above us. Apex and I are only 4 cents apart from each other in our predictions. So Eric and Einstein would be eligible for an additional bonus point if they ended up being the closest to price predictions. So Apex has a little bit of a threat on his 1 point lead that he has right now. For the week. Short exempt volume on AMC was about half of what it was, a little bit less than half, or a little more than half, than what it was yesterday. 235,000 shares in short exempt volume. Ape at 80.3 thousand shares, which I think was a little bit up. Utilization on AMC was up to 91.83%. Ape was down to 31.32%. Both AMC and Ape closed up yesterday. AMC up 0.23 and Ape up 1.74. Max Pain is still $4.50 by the end of the day today. That's what we started the week out at. By this time of the morning, I would expect to see off exchange and EDGX combined to equal about 54%. 44% going through off exchange and about 10 to 11% going through EDGX. We've got 52.15% going through off exchange, EDGX at 9.27, the combined total 61.42%, 7.42% higher than it should be by this time of the morning. CHX volume is 0.08 with a 30-day average of 3.48, which is below average normal numbers. Yesterday we had a whopping, I almost said swapping, a whopping 2 point, no, sorry. Where did it go? CHX. A whopping 2.476 million shares going through CHX. It was a huge amount of shares. But this morning, nothing really showing up so far. On Ape, off exchange, 65.52% going through off exchange. A lot of price suppression on Ape right now. EDGX at 6.33 for a grand total 71.85%. That's 17.85% higher than I would expect it to be. CHX volume is 0 shares. A lot of price suppression on Ape this morning. Tons and tons of it. GME is CHX volume is 0. Nothing unusual going on there. unless you consider 0 being unusual. Let's see here. Overview for Ortex data. So far for this morning, we have 458,000 shares having been returned. Rather, it was 461 an hour ago. It's a little bit. I mean, yeah, it's about an hour ago. A little bit less than what it was. Cost to borrow. Actually, let's go over that current borrow change amount is going to leave that estimated short share interest, the free float, at 23.58%. Cost to borrow right now, min is at 8.26, average is 351.24, max is 806.15. Shares on loan. Actually, you know what? I don't know why I went straight to Ortex. Oh, because I did off exchange. Let me go back over some of the stuff here in just a minute. I got to cover some of the other numbers. For example, like institutional ownership. Let me refresh that real quick here. It shouldn't have changed. 139.259. Make sure that's the number I've got written down. Yep, it is. No change on that. And then options. Highest amount of call options so far this morning, showing up at a $4.50 strike. That's where we've been most of the week. There's currently 4.6 thousand contracts. And on puts, highest amount of puts is a $4 strike. That's where we've been most of the week with 4.1 thousand contracts. Let me take you guys over to the other page, move a couple screens around, and take a look at the rest of the data. Go back to Ortex here in just a second. We are retesting multiple times this rising level of support. Still have not managed to break out of the top side Fibonacci retracement at $6.13. You can see it's trying to. It really wants to break through that so bad. But now it looks like they're finally getting the push. Oops. Finally getting the push through the. It looks like they're trying to push this down past this. My guess is that they really want to try and retest 596 if they possibly can. But the combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $6.08. I want to see this break this bullish triangle pattern that's seen right here. So that's kind of what I'm looking for to be broken. But if they knock this down through the bottom side on this, it's going to defeat the technical indicator here of what's suggesting should be bullish momentum. Okay, leaving off where I left off at on this, let's take a look at utilization. This is up. Utilization was up day over day on this. Let me get rid of all this other information. Utilization driving up from 91.29 to 91.83%. On loan amount day over day decreasing by 2.36 million shares from 196.06 to 193.7 million shares. Estimated short share interest, the free float, as a result, is dropping from 23.78 to 23.62. Let's see here. As a result of those returned shares, the question is were they newer shares than older? And the answer to that is yes, because the on-loan average age per day went up from 114.25 to 116.1. Security lending volume increased day over day from 5.49 million to 6.31. So far for the day today, we've seen about 153,000 shares having been returned on Ape. That's going to put us at 4.7% short share interest of the free float. No borrows for the day today yet. Utilization sitting at 31.32. Zoom in on that and take a look at it. Dropping from 34.65 to 31.32. Again, the closer we get to reverse split and conversion, I do expect this to get down closer and closer to zero. On loan amount decreasing as well from 12.99 million shares to 10.41 million. That's a 2.58 million share decrease which is going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float from 4.86 down to 4.71. On loan average age per day increasing, which means that of those return shares, there were likely pretty new shares since that number increased from 124.42 to 131.61. It moved up pretty drastically. Do note the 2.58 million shares that were returned yesterday is the exact number that we have for the security lending volume of 2.58 million shares, up from the previous day of 1.58 million. So an additional 1 million shares in security lending volume. And since they returned 2.58 million shares, all of the volume yesterday was returns and no borrowing. On Ape, or what am I saying? On orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for on this list due to low volume. Speaking of which, I don't think I gave volume predictions this morning. The numbers were really super low when I woke up, because that's always the very first thing I look up when I wake up in the mornings. I don't expect to see more than the bare minimums that I normally read off to you guys for volume. So we're gonna stick with the numbers that I usually give, the 10 to 30 and 5 to 25. I mean, I could drop it to 5 to 25 and 1 to 20 because the volume was so low this morning. Let's do that. 5 to 25 and 1 to 20 million. Shares available to borrow currently 0. SSR trips today at $3.98 for AMC, Ape at 1.575. They did borrow off the rest of the 15,000 shares plus the 5,000 shares that they returned. So we're looking at a total of 20,000 shares that they did borrow since 6:30 this morning, on top of the 150 we saw earlier. But I don't count these unless they're over 50,000, so I'm not going to count those. Fees were last seen at 197%. Currently, there's 169.6 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 31.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 98.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 58.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 1.47, Dow Jones is up 0.76, and the S&P 500 is up 1.11. We have 4,324 advancers to 1,844 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining, and it's cooking with bacon grease because it's looking hot and tasty. Let's see here. What do we got going on with these banks? Let's see if they're doing well or not. I would assume that they probably are. Give me just a second to wait for these numbers to change. It takes sometimes a hot second for these to update. Come on. You can do it. There we go. Looks like we got some red in here. FRCB is down 23.71. Silvergate's up 27.45. Let's see here. It's almost as if they're passing the buck back and forth between each other. Other big movers that we've got on this list, I don't see any. Ethereum Classic is up 7.44. US dollar is down 0.47, which usually means the market's going to be heading up. Oil is up 0.77 and trending kind of sideways for the most part, with an initial dip in the market open hours. And then we've got mortgage-backed securities up anywhere from 0.07 to 0.13 and trending up. SPY is up 1.13 and on nothing but a trend upwards right now. Bet the RSI is hot. Yep, RSI is definitely hot right now. Let's take a look at it on each one of the time intervals. Whew, that is a hot RSI on a 1 hour. Really super hot. 30-minute interval, super hot. 5-minute interval, super hot. What about a 4 hour? 4 hours hot. Daily is almost hot, almost hitting the high. 69.47, nice. That's hot. Let's see here. We've got VIX down 0.96. Actually, let me refresh this real quick. Yep, down 0.96. VBR is up 0.5. VB is up 0.62. Tesla is up 2.36. Amazon is up 2.34. Cinemark is down 1.32. Doge is up 0.65. Bitcoin is down 0.62. GME is down 0.02. HYMC is up 0.69. NCMI is down 1.07. HUD is up 0.05, Ape is up 1.43, and AMC is down 2.38. Inflow versus outflow for the day to day on AMC. We have approximately $300,000 more outflow than inflow. 3.1 million shares traded so far for the day to day after 48 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 25.18 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I think the 5 to 25 million will hold up in volume prediction. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI 52.88, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI 51.65, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, excuse me a second, with more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.17, which is average. Nope, it went back down to 48.02. Still average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.23. 48.18. It's moving quite a bit. There's a lot. There seems to be a lot of volatility right now. Although on a 5-minute interval, it doesn't really seem like it's showing that very much. Still, yeah, it's actually really not showing that at all. Yeah, 48.18 on the RSI is average. A lot of average RSI numbers on AMC. Ape, we've got approximately, oh man, this is such a low volume. $300,000 roughly more inflow than outflow. 1.21 million shares traded so far after 49 minutes worth of trading. Puts us on a pace for 9.63 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's within the 1 to 20 million that I suggested just a few minutes ago. And on a 4-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.66, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.19. Which is just slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a little whipsaw kind of going on since pre-market this morning. RSI at 53.31, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI at 51.31, which is average. I feel like we just looked at Ichimoto, so I probably won't pull that up again. I don't really see a need to. The numbers that we're looking for on AMC is 444, 460, as additional levels of buying support as to where that would kick in. And then on Ape, it's going to be 179 and 187. And we're really close to that on Ape right now, but just a couple pennies sometimes it's difficult to hit. It's at 178. All right, with that, that's all I got for you guys. Sounds like you guys are enjoying the. I said I was going to put this up earlier, and I think I forgot to. The phone numbers to get into the hearing, in case you guys wanted those. I'm looking to see if there are some numbers I wanted to read off to you guys. I haven't covered the chances of seeing a rate hike recently, but I think the last time we checked it, we were at around really close to 80%. It might have been high 70% chance at seeing a 25 basis point hike, and I'm pretty sure that's going to happen. I just refreshed it. We got 26 days, 3 hours, 37 minutes, and 25 seconds till we have the FOMC decide whether or not they want to raise the rates. And I'm showing a 86.8% chance at seeing a 25 BIP increase. So we're definitely looking like we're looking like getting a raise here. At least for now. Who knows? Who knows what happens with the market between now and 26 days from now? Lawyers are now down to begging the judge. Wait. Hold on a second. Wait. Hold on a second. Let me go back here. Weren't we supposed to have more speakers today? Hold on a second here. Let me go back to breaking news. Let's see. Today we were supposed to have counsel of record, any new business from 9:15 to 9:20. Then we had a bunch of speakers that were supposed to speak all the way up until lunch break. And then it was supposed to be rebuttals starting at 1:30 this afternoon, which is when I was going to start listening it because I really only care to hear from the rebuttals and the objectors and defendants' counsels. So I really wasn't going to listen to anything until then because I kind of wanted to hear what the final rebuttals were. Only the 2 objectors showed up today. So you're telling me we had 2 yesterday and 2 today? That's it? Out of all those people, only 4 people showed up? Hold up, what the hell? And they're already done talking and it's only like an hour into this? I hope something says something about my donkey. If it's in your picture, I can't make it out. It's too small. Your donkey's small. Only 1 showed today? So in total, hold up a second. In total, I'm seeing on these pages, let me count them. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 yesterday. And then today was supposed to be 12, let's see, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So out of 23 people, only 3 showed up. Wow. Wait a minute. Hold on a second here. Hold on a second. Sorry, I had to cough. Wow. So basically 13% of the population showed up to actually speak after going through the work of actually doing what it is that they needed to do to get on the docket list of speakers to be heard. Wow. Wow. 13% of the people. That's wow. Wow. Okay. I would imagine that people not showing up. I'll bet you there were people who wanted to show up the second day who probably saw how few showed up and the reactions that were amongst the community that were given probably scared off some of the people from today. I would imagine. I'm just guessing. I don't know. It sure as hell would have made me think twice about it if I mean I didn't hear what was said really yesterday from the other people, but only 2 people showed up, and I would be kind of sitting there going like I don't. And I read a lot of the comments from people in the community about what people were saying. It probably would have intimidated me to not show up, for sure. It was 3 objectors, I think, Hazel, in total. 3 objectors to the settlement of the lawsuit. because that's if you were an objector. I don't know. There could have been people that were on that list that might have not necessarily been objectors. I don't know who they picked from, but it was. I think it was mainly supposed to be people who were objecting to the settlement. So, in regards to like how you want to look at it from in regards to our side or their side, I don't think I would look at it like that, because we're all apes and we all have ownership and shares here, and I think we should all view each other, regardless of whether we agree or disagree on some of this stuff. I think we're still. I think the thought process really should be is we all have something in common is that we want to screw the hedgies. All right, so think of it more in terms of like somebody who would um, somebody who cares about their investment and stating their opinion on how they feel about their investment. So don't look at it as them versus us. That's the wrong way to go about it. I that's my opinion. Brian Carpenter's donkey. Brian says my donkey is not small. In your picture, I can't make it out, man. I mean, these I'll show you how small it is for me. These this is the size of your picture for me. This is what I see. What is this? I can't make this out. Uh, it looks like a cup of coffee in the very middle, like right. I can't even. It's so small. I can't even draw a line accurately on it. It looks like a cup of coffee, like right there, and then maybe I oh, it looks like a dog snout. I see it now. It looks like here's an ear, there's a nose, and the top of his head right there, maybe. I don't know. I can't make the crap out. This is too small. You got a small donkey. I can't make that crap out, man. BW says, how do I listen from the UK? Make a collect phone call. I hate to break it to you. But that's the only thing I can think of. Nobody's supposed to be restreaming this. Well, actually, there might be a way if somebody's restreaming this to where you could listen to it without it being recorded. I think that some of that was going on, but I'm not. I'm not doing that. The rebuttal's happening now. Holy crap! We're not even at lunchtime now. Judge is gonna get. She's gonna get to go golfing. Hold on a second. I gotta make a phone call then, because I wanted to get on. I wanted to get on and listen to the only thing I really cared about was the rebuttal. Otherwise, I mean, it doesn't really. I said Chancery. It was Quincy. I don't know why. Why does it say the phone number's from Quincy? Hold up. Let me put in my earpiece. I can't believe they're moving to rebuttals already. That's insane. Hold on. I gotta hear this part, guys. All right. I'm calling. I'm logging into the phone conference here. I can't believe they're starting rebuttals. That's insane. He said we heard from the objector this morning. Yeah, objector one. I wish I could stream this for you guys. They keep bringing up Activision, and I'm wondering if it's a reference to a different lawsuit that occurred with Activision. I'm not sure what the history is on that. I'd have to look it up. It's actually kind of sad, Brian. Hey, if you're Arthur, if you're gonna go see Indiana Jones, you better freaking stay and see and watch that, man. Don't do your typical hit and run kind of stuff. I'm telling you, go watch it. You're gonna enjoy. It's gonna bring back those childhood memories and shit, man. You're gonna enjoy it. But have a good one, man. Drive safe. No promises. All right. I won't force you to promise, but I'm telling you, it's worth watching. It'll make you feel good on the inside. I feel like I should put on some music for you guys at least, because I'm just listening to this. Although I can't. Oh, yes, I can. Hold on a second. Let me put on some funky rail tracks for you guys. At the very least, I could play some music for you as I'm not talking nearly as much because I'm listening to this. Why is that showing up like that? You already played 30 days in the hole. What does that mean? Oh, there we go. Shape of My Heart. I can copy and paste that into the request for songs. So I should probably put up a note to just let people know that I'm listening so that they know why I'm not talking. Let's see here. That is a good song, by the way, Pirate Porn. Let me put up a note so that people know why I'm not talking. I don't know where to put this. I guess I can. I don't know where to put this at. Yeah, I'll put it right over the. No, I can't do that. So, as I'm listening to the hearing, obviously, if you guys are listening to it, how's Bro? I don't know, man. He's not like he was, but he's not really better either. So he's still kind of struggling a little bit. Mount St. Funk says, something tells me that the people who decided to participate in this hearing are just looking for a money grab. See, the problem, Brian, though, and I've seen this so many times, is that a lot of people feel like the judge should be investigating something. I'm pretty, and of course I'm not a lawyer here, but the scope of which she can, or what she can do, really kind of comes down to what the lawsuit is bringing to her. She's not out in the scope of what she can and cannot do. She's not creating an investigation, right? That's not what her job is. Her job is to take the suit that's been brought before her and to judge based off of that suit. and make a decision based off of the information that's been brought before her. It's not upon her to go out and start researching stuff. So, and a lot of problem is that we have tons of people out there who want her to do a share count or a revote and all this stuff, and it's like that's not the scope of what it is she's supposed to do. So yeah, it would be nice if she could give us all, $1 billion too while she's at it. That's not in the scope of her job, right? Her scope of her job is to take the lawsuit, look at the plaintiff and defendant side of the arguments, and then rule on that. Not now. If Brian, AMC decided to do a countersuit to the lawsuit that's been brought forward, then she has the ability to be able to go in there and see what the problem is, but only if that were to happen. So she's not gonna go sit there and like start doing all the everybody. I wish she would do this or that and the other. And it's like that's not the scope of what it is she's looking at. Has no bearing whatsoever. Yeah, Frank Lehman's exactly what Frank Lehman says. She's deciding on whether the settlement is to go through on behalf of the shareholders and whether the board is free from further suits. And that's it. That's the end of it. It's not investigating into Allegheny or doing a share count or finding out if there's additional shares being traded in the marketplace. That's not her job. It's not. And everybody keeps wanting her. I wish she would do this. And it's like, why are you wishing that? It's completely separate from what is in the scope of what it is she can do. We may have. Are we done? It was not created illegally, though, Maggie. That's the problem. That's already been established. It was not created illegally. So the idea that you would mention that it's created illegal is incorrect. That's factually wrong. It was not illegally created. So there are people out there who are suggesting that it's been illegally created. That's just suggested by people. It was never illegally created to begin with. If it was illegally created to begin with, it would have never been approved by the market to be listed in the first place. So that's Einstein says that's an opinion. That is strictly opinion that's been put out there by people. So you got to stop listening to people who are telling you their opinions and trying to represent them as if they're facts, because that's not a fact. The fact is that it's very, very much legal. The question is whether or not the board did it in good faith. Right? It has nothing to do with legality of Ape whatsoever. Nothing. Wow, I can't believe it. So she told everybody in the court, stick around till 12:30 because the last person who's supposed to speak is supposed to be around 12:30. So they're gonna wait and see if somebody else shows up. For the most part, though, they're done. Didn't it start at 8:15 this morning? Wait, hold on a second. Let me look and see when it started here. Let's see. Where am I looking? Here. We started at. I thought the hearing started at 8:15, but I'm just verifying. Yeah, 8:15 my time. It was 9:15 their time. So 8:15 my time means that this has been going for an hour and 30 minutes, and they're done. Unless another speaker comes between now and I guess it's 10:48 their time, so another hour and 45 minutes. If somebody comes to show up to speak within the next hour and 45 minutes that's on the list, it's over. It's over. The hearing is over, and now the judge has to said her opinion won't be out next week. Yeah, I really didn't think that she would get it out within a week either. That's why I said 2 weeks. I can't believe it. I can't believe it just finished. It's crazy. No, there. So I don't recall Maggie ever once seeing a dispute of the legality of Ape, other than objectors from the general public. That was never. I don't believe that was ever disputed. That the legality of Ape was in question. So you'd have to go back and take a look at, for yourself. Again, you're getting information from people out there who are suggesting things instead of what people are just randomly saying. So you're getting really bad information from people about what was actually the lawsuit. The lawsuit wasn't on the legality of Ape. There was objectors who came forward to everything and who said that they doubted that it was legal for them to create Ape, but that was very quickly dismissed. I guess I'll leave the thing going on in my ear so I can see if somebody comes back, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. Hour and 45 minutes. That was uneventful. I guess the best stuff was all yesterday. Man. Whole bunch of expectations on a bunch of fireworks and nothing. This feels like the 4th of July in San Diego that went horribly wrong, where everything blew up all in like the first 30 seconds and then it was done. It was like, and it was over. Some of my siblings and my dad, I think, were there for that, and they were there for that fireworks show, and they said it was just a massive barrage of just like fireworks all going off at once, and then it was over. Sam says monetization encourages mass opinions being presented as facts. Yeah, because people want to hear what they want to hear, and so they just oh, if this person hasn't steered me wrong in the past, then if they're saying it's true, then it must be true. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's definitely the case, Sam. In regards to like, it goes right up there with the whole idea of like clickbaity kind of titles too, where like somebody might say like AMC squeezes in 2 weeks. Clickbait titles. Monetization helps with that kind of stuff. Like the more people that you can get to listen to what it is that you're saying, the more often you're gonna probably say wild and crazy things because that's what people want to hear. And for something like this, people will get emotional because it's their money invested in it, and they want to hear what it is they want to hear, and so they're willing to go listen to somebody who's going to tell them lies. And because tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. You know, you like them apparently. You like hearing those sweet little lies. And so they'll just keep on putting those lies out for you. Why? Because they make money doing it. And the sad part, the really sad part about all that is that while you're not indirectly giving them anything, the view itself is enough to help propagate that as being support for the message that's being said. Which is why I keep telling you guys, if somebody in this community is steering you wrong, you going over there just because you have to hear what it is that they're saying to hear the other side helps make that a more powerful message than it should be. And trust me, I've been down that road. I was the same exact way. I was like, I got to hear what so and so is saying because it's gonna help me to try and combat what's being said in the community. And what I suddenly realized was that no, all I'm doing is helping to support the person who's putting out bad information. And in order to keep that from continuing forward, that propagation of bad information, what you really have to do is stop watching, stop listening. Because if they're saying things that aren't true or are wrong, and you're not rewarding that, and you're leaving and unsubscribing from those people and not listening to what it is that they're saying, that changes the behavior, right? You're changing their behavior because you're saying you've said things that are incorrect and inaccurate too many times, and you've never gone back to try and fix it. I'm not going to continue to support you, so that your voice is less heard. And that's really that's what it takes for us as a community to control the narrative of, and people are always going to say this is gatekeeping, and it is gatekeeping. Absolutely, this is your investment. Do you want your investment to be do you want it to be saturated with people who are saying wrong things about it, giving wrong information, pissing in your lemonade that you're trying to sell to customers, other customers that are out there? Heck no, you don't. Don't listen to them. Unsubscribe, walk away, never go back. It makes a difference. I just lost my earpiece. Hold on a second. Ready to go. There it is. Took me a while to get there, though, to finally figure out why that was bad and why I needed to stop watching. But I got there. It took me a hot minute to figure it out. Homeland Security just arrived at the courthouse, quarantined the building due to an anonymous tip, anthrax. No one allowed to leave until further investigation is complete. Whatever. No way. There's no way that happened. Oh, man. Earpiece, not hairpiece. I don't have a hairpiece. You know what? I'm kind of the opinion that, like, if you're going bald, just own it. You know what I mean? Like, just if I ever go bald, I'm just gonna own it and start shaving. I'll shave off what I do have, because you know, I think I actually heard one guy say one time to me. He goes, "Do you know what causes balding? It's excited electrical pulses from brain activity that's frying the hair ends, the hair follicles, and causing you to go bald." And he goes, so basically bald people are just smart people. He was bald, of course, but it was kind of an interesting perspective to have on it, and I was like, you know what? Yeah, just own that shit. Even if you got to make up something silly like that to just own it. I used to have one of my classical guitar teachers in college, Miles Monnier. And when you looked at the spelling, I have no idea how he spelled his last name now. I can't remember. But when you looked at it, the last name, whether it be French or whatever background it had on it, it looked like it said Monohair. And he had the worst comb over. I feel like there might have been an H in there somewhere, preacher. I'm not sure exactly. But he had the worst comb over I have ever seen in my entire life, and we used to call him Miles No More Hair. I wonder. I could probably look him. I wonder if he's still alive. He ended up playing at my wedding. Let me see here. I'm like making fun of him. Monnier. Classical. Let's see here. Oh, here we go. Moynier. Is he still alive? Hold on a second here. It's Moynier. Moynier. He might be still alive. Holy crap, because he seemed like he was kind of old back in the day. Let's see if I can find some images of him. Weddings, parties, CDs. See, this is what makes you sad. Like when you start doing when you're going to school for something like classical guitar performance, and then you start looking into what it is that you do for a living if music is your source of income. You start to realize that that's your life. You're either teaching, doing weddings or parties, and maybe commercials. It's not really what you thought it was going to be, and you put in like crap tons of work too, which I'm trying to find his Moynier. Let's see if I can find images. Most of the images that I'm finding right now of him have a hat on. It's weird. Most of these pictures that I'm finding are of a younger gentleman. I'm wondering if he had a son and he named him same name. Yeah, I don't see any pictures of him. Anyways, I don't even know why I was talking about this. Oh yeah, male pattern baldness. Own it. This has got to be him. That's got to be him right there. And you can't really tell from this picture right here, but everything that you see on top up here, This is actually a really decent picture of him. Everything that you see on top here, over here, is a complete comb over from one side of his head. And I mean, it was really, really, really bad. But nice guy, really nice guy. He's a good teacher. I was probably a terrible student. Doug says, you seem very pro conversion and reverse split. Why did you not vote for that? Because I would rather see price movement without it. And some of the numbers that we had that were prior to the vote were really kind of moving towards seeing some exceptional things starting to happen to price. Some of the numbers that I specifically saw in like failure to delivers that were starting to occur. We had like, let me go back to it. I don't remember. We had a record number that popped up on the stats, and I thought for sure that we were going to see some extreme buying pressure in the market. And essentially what they ended up doing is they used this period of time over this last month to diminish the amount of shares that they needed to return over a certain period of time. But here it is right here. If you take a look at specifically 4.6 and 4.10, there was 18.3 million shares in failure to delivers during that period of time. These numbers were due. The due date for this was going to be around the beginning of May. And if I had, and I'm trying to remember the exact dates on all this kind of stuff, but I could see the building that was occurring as early as March. I could see the building of the failure to delivers that was starting to stack and was setting us up for a cycle of big price movement incoming. And I really wanted to see this play out without a reverse split or conversion happening. Of course, I had no idea a lawsuit was going to be coming or anything like that, but which helped delay that. But then all they did is they used the lawsuit time to basically stifle volume to the point to where they just sideways trade this thing and turned failure to delivers into like a nothing field. Which there's no way that I would have known that this was going to happen. But this isn't good either. You don't want to see this, and the reason you don't want to see this is because that's not going to cause any price movement going upwards. It's not forcing anybody to do anything. But then we're back on the threshold list again here, of course, and I think that a lot of failure to delivers that are stacked up from the past are simply just not even being some of these failure to delivers in here are just not even being returned. So I'm not sure if we're going to see another spiking in those failure to delivers at a future date, but it is very possible, especially if they're not delivering and we remain on that list. So we'll see, but that's pretty much the reason why I didn't want to vote yes. I wanted to see a little bit more time, and I felt like we were going to be doing a reverse split and conversion right at a very, very crucial time of forced buying hitting the marketplace. So that was my opinion. James says, I spent $25 a month on Regain to keep my hair for years during lockdown. I thought, why the heck not, and shaved my head. Now I stopped using Regain and own it. Best decision ever. I'm serious, man. If you can just own something like that, like it makes life so much better for you. Like you have to be comfortable with who you are as a person, regardless of what you deem as a flaw. Believe it or not, you may see it, James, as having no hair as a flaw, but nobody else sees it that way. It's only you. It's in your head. Everybody else sees a bald guy and nobody thinks two shits. Who, who cares? Nobody cares if you're bald or not. Nobody literally cares unless it looks like you're trying to hide it, right? Then everybody cares. Everybody goes like, "Ooh, he's hiding baldness." It's like then it's a problem. But if you just own that and you walk around proud and loud as a being bald, nobody cares. Nobody thinks twice about it. I don't see bald guys and go, "Oh my gosh, bald." Nobody does that. But I certainly every single day had to sit down with Miles and have a lesson. Well, I guess not every day, but twice a week I had to sit down with him and have a lesson. And every single time I walked into the room, I'd be like, I wonder if today if he's still got the comb over. Every day. So I'm glad you made that decision, James. It's good. It's mentally healthy for you. Mega Hulk says young girls see old. I would say that women see you for how you see yourself. And a woman who sees a man who's confident in who he is, regardless of if he's bald or not, it's the confidence that they're more after than it is whether or not you have hair or not. So I would disagree. What about a bald donkey? You think he cares? He doesn't care. Dynamite says some chicks like that too. Yeah, they absolutely do. Some chicks really do like it, and it's women are more attracted. They are attracted to your looks, but women are really more attracted to whether or not you're confident in who you are, and I think that's definitely some advice that I would give to any man out there is that confidence will win you the opportunity to be able to see somebody that you never would have thought that you would have had a chance with than a lack of confidence. So, which is why I don't dye my beard. I don't care. I'm married. I got everything I need. She cares though. She cares. She wants to see this nasty beard go away too. As much as I think I don't know if she. I know I'm pretty sure I want it more than she does, but I think she wants it gone too. Men like women who are confident also. I think that's true, Mount St. Funk. I would tend to agree with that. But I would also add to that men aren't. I would never put it past a man to take advantage of a woman who's not. So but no, I totally agree with what it is that you're saying, and I think that more women should be more confident in who they are instead of having to worry about dressing to impress or makeuping to impress or whatever it may be. That you don't have to impress anybody. Just be yourself and be confident in who you are. You don't want anybody who can't accept you, loving you, who can't accept you for who you are. All right, it's 10 o'clock. I read Brian's comment. I'm not even gonna touch that. Bald. No, I'm not putting that down, Brian, as a poll. Yep. Be about you, not trying to win a woman. Absolutely. Just be confident in yourself. Just be yourself. There's nothing else you have to do. I'm gonna take you guys over to the other screen here. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are saying. Hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp up there. Let's take a look at some of these numbers that we got going on here real quick. I'm a little late to this. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 49% going through off exchange. EDGX to be somewhere between 11 and 12%. Off exchange right now for AMC, we got 51.5% and EDGX to be 9.14. The combined total in that 60.64%. That's just about 0.64% higher than I would expect to be, so it's right on target for where it should be. CHX volume is 0.07, so it's pretty low. On Ape, off exchange is 62.59%, EDGX 6.88. The combined total is 69.47%. Nice. That's 9.47% more than what I would expect to see. CHX volume is 0. On GME, CHX volume 0.08 with a 30-day average of 0.36. Nothing unusual happening there. And taking a look at Vortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 458,000 shares having been returned for the day-to-day on AMC. It's now 881,000 shares having been returned. It's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to drop to 23.55%. Cost per minute is 8.26, average 515.61, and max is 806.15%. Shares on loan day over day is down by 2.36 million shares. Ortex estimated about 830,000 of that was in closed short interest, bringing our new shares on loan count to 193.7 million shares. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 153,000 shares having been returned for the day. It's down 157. Not much of a change. Still no borrowed shares for the day. That's going to bring our estimated short share interest, the free float, to 4.7%. Day over day, we had a decrease by 2.58 million shares on loan on Ape, bringing us to 10.41 million shares on loan currently. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume as of right now is currently at a $4.50 strike, although there is a buildup at a $5 strike of volume currently. We went from 4.6 thousand contracts at 4.5 to 9,000 contracts. And on puts, we went from $4 or 4.1 thousand contracts at $4 to 5.7. And there is in the money put contracts being purchased right now at a $4.50 strike as well. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $6.13. We're getting really super close to the break. You know, what I would have thought the breakout would have occurred over here. You can see that it tried to break out at the end of the day yesterday, where my box was, but we never ended up getting the breakout at that time. My hope is that we're going to see this here pretty soon, although maybe they'll wait till 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock to see that breakout to the top side here. But I do feel like we're still trending on this bullish triangle. That's what it looks like to me, and I think we're waiting on the breakout here to go up north a little bit. That's what it's looking like as of right now. So we'll see if that happens. Kind of a little bit of sidewards trading here. It wants to go up. Orders by Fidelity customers. Did I refresh this? I can't recall. Let's see. 1010. Yeah, it's refreshed. AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for, but due to low volume for the day today, I can't imagine that they're going to be on this list, and they're not. Let's see what do we got going on over here. Trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day on AMC is $3.98. Ape at 1.575. There's 0 shares available to borrow. Nothing returned in the last hour. Still 0 available shares. We saw about 150,000 shares borrowed this morning. There was a little bit more than that, but I'm not counting because it wasn't over 50,000. I only could do increments of 50 or greater. Fees were last seen at 197%. NASDAQ is up 1.48. Dow Jones is up 0.71. S&P 500 is up 1.11. We have 3,734 advancers to 2,491 decliners. The market is more declining by quite a bit than what it was an hour ago. So starting to see a little bit of a cool off from what was happening. Let's take a look at what we got going on with some of these numbers here. While we're in this intermission real quick here, as I'm waiting for these numbers to update, I just want to throw a quick shout out there. He probably doesn't want me to say this, but I'm going to do it anyways. Preacher, I just want public acknowledgement of the fact that I appreciate your help. Thank you very much for helping me out. He was able to help out with mom's situation, so thank you very, very much, sir. I wanted to publicly acknowledge you for that, but I know how embarrassing that might be sometimes. But from my mom and me, thank you for your help. As far as banks go, FRC is down 15.43%. That's one of the biggest movers as of right now. I don't see any other big movers. Ethereum Classic is up 7.44% as of right now. And kind of trending slightly up, but also sideways. DXY is down 0.45, but currently on an uptrend bouncing off of 102.75 Fibonacci retracement. And oil is up 0.13, trending sideways. Mortgage-backed securities are up 0.24 to 0.31 and a trend up, and SPY is up 1.1 and also, for the most part, I'd say trending sideways from the initial run-up that I had earlier this morning. VIX is currently showing down 2.44 and still trending down. VBR is up 0.33, VB is up 0.58, Tesla is up 2.42, Amazon is up 2.06, Cinemark is down 0.63, Doge is up 1.01, Bitcoin is down 0.97, GME is down 0.96, HYMC is down 2.36, NCMI is down 2.45, Hood is down 0.4, Ape is up 2%, and AMC is down 1.41. Inflow versus outflow on AMC, we have approximately, let's see, almost $5 million more outflow than inflow. 5.95 million shares traded so far after 111 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 20.9 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested after market had opened because I was kind of late to the draw today due to the movie. I suggested that we would see somewhere between 5 and 25 million, so we're within that range currently. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI 54.76, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI 54.51, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.19, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.43, which is average. Taking a look at Ape. So far for the day-to-day, we've got about almost $700,000 more inflow than outflow. 2.43 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day after 112 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 8.46 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 1 to 20 million I suggested after market open. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.05, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more it looks to me like more buying pressure than selling pressure, but it might be equal. RSI is at 56.23, which is slightly above average on a 30-minute interval. More equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI 58.03, which is slightly above, or that's above average. On a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 57.75, which is slightly above average. And with that, I need to go hit the restroom real quick. One of the side effects from this medication is definitely needing to use the restroom more often. Let me put you back over here. I'll be right back. Give me just a second. Okay. So last night when we saw the movie, one of the previews was for a movie called, I think it was Dumb Money, and it was obviously about Roaring Kitty, Keith Gill, and I honestly don't think that they made him. I was a little disappointed. It was fun seeing him on there, but they really painted him out to be. It seemed like just from the preview, it seemed like he was pretty stupid. So, I mean, you can't really call the movie Dumb Money, and I guess make the guy seem like he's brilliant. I guess. Um, but I mean, I've gone back and I've reviewed a lot of his videos from the past. The guy's a pretty smart guy. And so how the representation or how they rep how I perceived him and how they were representing him uh, was he wasn't all that bright, and I don't know. I hope in the future they don't see us the same way. So whatever. I mean, butt drugs. What what can you expect? I guess. VO Warrior says, whatever happened to the Evergrande debacle? Uh, as far as I know, I haven't heard anything about it whatsoever. Dr. Zena says, Roaring Kitty is the man. Really nice guy, too. Yeah, they did kind of portray him as a nice guy in the movie, but I don't know. They didn't really. I felt like he was. I don't know. Maybe I should just go see the movie and then judge it. I guess. And he's not a cat. Yeah. But damn it, they better get Jack Black to play me in our movie. I won't even make it, guys. There's no way I'm gonna make. There's no way that they'll ever report on what it is that we've done and put me in as in the movie whatsoever. Not a chance. There will be some yahoos though that do get in there, and it will it will definitely look like dumb money for some of those people. Hmm. Is he still holding Viosas? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. We don't have proof that he sold. So there is a chance that he is still holding. Uh, the last pictures that he posted were positions that he still held. So uh, I'm sure, but I know he's made more. I know he's made millions of dollars one way or the other without having sold his position. So there is that as well. Um, I'd like to believe that he still holds, but I don't know. Gary Busey to play Trey. What the heck, man? That's terrible. That's terrible. Maybe that's so terrible. I'm sure I could probably come up with somebody who could probably play him that's better than that. That's a bad one. Censored content says millions of dollars isn't long in Coke years. Yeah, but I have a feeling he's probably smarter than that. How rampant do you really think that those kind of things for millionaires, for people who are millionaires, how rampant do you really think that uh, things like that are a problem for people? Out of curiosity, I'm just curious what you guys think. Daniel, how's it going? Pull up side by side, they're practically twins. I'm not gonna do that. Uh, you know who? Do you remember Jay and Silent Bob? What if Jay played him? Let me look at a picture of Jay with his haircut. I don't remember what the guy's name is. It's probably really Jay. It's probably Jay something. Let's see. Because I'll bet he could probably Jason Mewes. I bet you he could play Trey. He might be a little too. I think he could probably play it. I'm just looking at pictures of him right now. Uh, I think he could probably play the part. Thoughts on AMC in case I missed? It's so vague. Uh, bullish. I'm bullish on AMC. That's my thoughts. Tom Cruise is Trey. No, that's terrible. Oh, that's terrible. A handful of billionaires were killed in the last few years doing ridiculous things, so being wealthy doesn't exempt you from sudden death. Silent Bob would actually play you. No way, man. He's like skinny now. Willie on Duck Dynasty will play Casey. Hold on, I gotta look up Willie. I don't know. I don't know those guys very well. Yeah, that's maybe I need to start wearing a bandana. I need to start wearing a bandana, and maybe that'll make things kick off for us. Shaw's making a movie, and Hot Koch is making a guest appearance. Censored content says I would like to be portrayed as the greatest actor ever, Nicolas Cage. Uh, I'm sure they can give him a reverse gastric bypass surgery for the role. Marco says, "Hey Casey, more or less around what time you said this could potentially move up past 450 if it would be do so? It already did it, Marco. It did it. What was it yesterday? No, 2 days ago maybe. I'm not sure if it was you that came in and asked about it. Like, could we hit 450 before the end of the week? And I was like, yes, absolutely, and we hit it that very day, to be specific. So we already done gone there. But in regards to specifically today, like when do I think we could see price above 450 today? I have us down for a 449 close on AMC. I'm not specifically I don't know if I would necessarily suggest that we would be closing above 450 today at any point. Daniel says, really, is there a reverse split happening? If so, I've heard they usually don't result positively. Uh, I think that reverse splits for companies who are penny stocks are usually don't fare very well. So the truth in what it is that you're saying is that normally you see that kind of stuff happening with penny stocks, and that would be correct. However, in this particular case with AMC, we're not exactly a penny stock, and we also are in a different condition to where I'm pretty certain that this next quarterly report is going to have us with positive earnings, a positive EPS. And so what that's going to do is that's going to change AMC's status from perhaps a hold or sell signal to a buy signal. I think for a lot of institutions, and so it kind of changes the game a little bit for us. And so I think that we're in a little bit different situation than most penny stocks, which are usually struggling just to stay alive. So. I'm going to go with I don't think this is going to be the same as what you would consider to be a normal reverse split, at least the outcome. Do you think the film Dumb Money will do anything for our cause? Way more apes could come of it. I don't know. I maybe. Uh, I guess it really depends on how they portray everybody, I guess. No, I meant today, laugh out loud when you went over the numbers. I don't think I suggested we would be over 450 today because I've got 449 for a closing price. Um, and I based on the way that the market's moving right now, or I should say AMC is moving right now, I don't necessarily think that's starting to look like that's going to be a little bit too high of an estimate. We'll be lucky if we see over maybe 445. Jim Varney is dead, man. Hold on. I don't know. I'm bad with names. I have to look up who that is. That does not ring a bell. Oh man, that sucks. Well, rip Ernest. I don't know why I liked him so much. I mean, I tried to go back and watch some of the stuff from when we were younger, and I have no idea why he had an appeal on us kids, but he did. Um, I don't know. That sucks. Is it still 10? Yes, the reverse split is still a 10 to 1. Know what I mean, Vern? I remember we used to go around all over the place saying that like constantly. Know what I mean, Vern? Methinks reverse split with earnings may help, but then Q3 and Q4 will drag back down. I don't know why you would think that. I don't know. I don't think so. He's been dead quite a while. I didn't even know. I never heard. I don't remember hearing about it. Over turtle. So apparently we had one speaker today that wasn't part of the plaintiffs or defendant counsel, and so of the 23 in total people that were supposed to speak, two showed up yesterday, one today. So far, we've got about another hour of waiting to see if somebody else is going to show up for the day today, and then we maybe only three people out of 23 showed up, or 13% of the total people that were supposed to show actually showed. So everything is we're literally I'm sitting on the phone listening to it in an earpiece, and I'm just listening to dead static, and they're waiting for another hour here to see if anybody else shows up. Sam says 3 and 4 are our strongest quarters for theaters. Yeah, and that's why I'm saying, like, I think seeing a strong second quarter this year is really going to help, and I'm with you. I really don't think that we're going to see 3 and 4 slough off at all. I haven't been listening to any of it, Woodstock, so I don't know if I'd be the best person to be asking which way I think its decision's going to go after 2 days of court. Um, my feeling, I mean, the judge was asking some questions that really kind of uh, brought up whether or not the plaintiff's counsel really even were expecting to win their case, or if they even had a case to begin with. And they fumbled that so horribly that the plaintiff's counsel even said, I didn't want to call it a bluff And so when you hear from my perspective, if I were a judge, if I were to hear the plaintiff's counsel saying that they didn't want to call what they did a bluff, but was basically a bluff to try and get a settlement out of AMC, I would be inclined to throw the case out entirely. But at the same time, she may take merit to maybe some of the. I mean, maybe she sees something else that may cause her to feel like that the board didn't act in best interest of the shareholders and award the or approve the settlement. So I'm gonna lean towards she lets the settlement go through. I think the funny part I think the funny part is that of those 23 people who signed up to come and talk about this, like I don't think they fully even really understand what they're objecting to. They're objecting to Ape instead of objecting to the settlement. They're not even arguing, from what I've heard, they're not even arguing that they don't want a settlement. They're arguing that the Ape shouldn't be in existence, which is not the it's not even the that's not even the topic here. The topic is whether or not they should be owed more, like something else should be awarded more, like a settlement should be higher, or no settlement. So, and we didn't even hear, as far as I know, we didn't even hear anybody talk about that. So, I mean, JG says I smell armpits. It's because my arms are up. You smell it right through the screen. I mean, it's kind of pathetic, honestly, that people would come and uh, try to argue a point that's not even being debated. Like, if you're going to come and talk about what's being debated, prepare yourself to talk about what it is that's needs to be talked about instead of trying to make a statement. Um, that's a very difficult question, Daniel, because uh, damaging AMC or forcing AMC to pay anything is not necessarily good for us, but more shares in our pocket is good for us, but not necessarily if it costs AMC money. So, what resolution is preferred for us? If it had never even occurred, I guess, honestly. But we're not there. We're someplace else. So I think it doesn't matter. We need to get it over with. We need to move forward and get to raising capital. That's the that's what I think is beneficial to us. Doug says the window is July 7th through September 30th, but Zern is on vacation in August. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I really feel like, Doug, that she's going to come back in July sometime and give a ruling. The judge place judgment on it. So uh, that's my feeling. Maybe I'll be wrong. I don't know. I mean, both the plaintiff and the defendant already acknowledged that they both agree that AMC needs to raise capital sooner than later. She's acknowledged already that stepping the time frame up on the lawsuit was important by scheduling us for the lawsuit hearing to happen on the 29th and 30th of June. Everything points towards a resolution sooner than later. So, and the fact that three people showed up to argue uh, points against the litigation of this doesn't really stand very strong in people being against this. So I don't see why she wouldn't just rule very quickly. Yeah, I don't think the judge is going to push it out. Everything points towards a rush on this. So my birthday is the 13th of July. It could be. We'll see. How much of Glenn? How much did you think? How much of that 100-page decision end up being already either pre-written or what's the word I'm looking for? Prefabbed. Well, if you ever actually go through some of the legal documents or dockets that are out there, some of that stuff is just copy paste. They have like 100 page. I've actually had some of my own legal documents that I've seen before on rulings where there's literally copy and paste from one section to the other, and it's repeats itself inside the ruling. So and of course, oftentimes the lawyers write up most of it. The lawyers write up on it and write it up, and then the judge signs off on it. So it's really some of the stuff I think is they don't even really look into it entirely. I don't even know if they read it themselves. It's just copy pasta. Thanks, Dr. Zena. I appreciate that. You know, uh, Seuss, in regard, you could look at that both directions, right? Like if you want to start throwing out conspiracy theories that people were paid off to not speak, so this would go through. You could very easily switch it the other direction and say what you're saying is that these were Citadel's people that were going to go in there and uh, yeah, I don't prescribe to those kind of conspiracy theories. Uh, I like to live in a world where there's not me fascinating about wild, strange uh, thought processes that lead me down rabbit holes that don't go anywhere. How about the idea that just somebody just decided that they couldn't take off work to go to the lawsuit? What about the fact that there were two people that showed up yesterday and all the people that were supposed to speak today saw that and maybe decided like, maybe I won't show up either. Uh, I'm not going to do a very good job at it. Maybe they got cold feet. Who knows? I feel like there's so many other possibilities out there than trying to insinuate that they work for Citadel or that they got paid off by Citadel or whatever. That I just think, that it's just going too far. We really need to stop with the conspiracy stuff. Or yeah, maybe they didn't have transportation, which you would think they would think about that in advance when they put when they put in a request to speak. Mr. Finance says, how about this theory? All a worthless litigation process to wear out retail investors and allow for several new avenue for short and distort. I would be more likely to subscribe to that than anything, as that's part of the playbook that we've known since 2012. So, yes, Mr. Finance, I would definitely subscribe to that. This entire litigation has been a massive means for causing people to have confusion and uncertainty. That there has been more uncertainty and fear and doubt spread because of this lawsuit than it's been for anything else. Literally, it has caused more confusion within our community than it has done for anything. And so how do you get investors to be confused and change their minds on things? You simply create a lawsuit, and then you just allow people to run with their own silly little stories that they want to drum up in their head so that they can think more poorly about their position that they hold than they did before. That's it. This is simply just more mind games being played. That's it. It's literally right in the playbook, guys. We've known this playbook since 2012. I got 182 for a close on Ape for the day to day. It's moving because one of the trigger points for more buying pressure kicks in at a 179 price, the other one at 187. So that's why it's moving. It's in a little bit of a buy signal. Yeah, exactly. Tolly Dell says they're trying hard to confuse us and get us to sell. I mean, come on, look at the headlines coming out. AMC backstabbing retail investors. Laugh out loud. Nice try, not selling. I mean, it's all a game, guys. It's just a game. They want us to play. We're not playing. The more people who decide that they're going to start playing games, fancy little games, the more they win. So they just got to try and keep confusing us the best they possibly can. I'm going to post it up here for everybody to see again. This is the playbook. It's up in the description box if you ever want to see it. You want to link back to it again. We've had this playbook in our possession for since 2012. And I'll read the section off here to you. Class action lawsuits based upon leaked stories of SEC investigations or other media exposes a handful of law firms immediately filed class action shareholder suits. Milberg Weiss, before they were disbanded as a result of a Justice Department investigation, could be counted on to file a class action suit against a company that was under short attack. Allegations of accounting improprieties that were made in the complaint would be reported as being truth by the short friendly media, again causing panic among small investors. Guys, this was an article that was written in 2012. It told us what to expect before we even got here. I posted this 2 years ago. To let you know what the playbook had in store for us. And what are we seeing unfold? Wow, it's amazing. It's coming true. And it's like, man, I don't give two craps about these This lawsuit, why don't I care about this lawsuit? It's not because I have an apathy for what's going on here. That has nothing to do with it at all. It's because I know it's part of the playbook and it's just simply trying to confuse us and get us to change our mind or our opinion about what it is that we came here to do in the first place. And it's like, that's a bunch of bullshit. I came here to do something and I'm doing it. I'm buying and I'm holding, and I'm waiting for me to get my payout from these companies who are trying to short and bankrupt a company who is not a bankrupt company. And that's it. Bottom line, nothing else will change my mind. No lawsuit, no news article, nothing changes my mind on that. As long as I see you guys holding, I'm holding. You guys are holding, I'm holding. I don't see anything else. That's it. It's just to try and create confusion, and that's it. And it's working. Let me tell you, there are some people who are folding on this, but not enough to make a difference. They got caught with their hands in the cookie jar, and it ain't going to end well for them. They think it will, but not for me. Not from my side. I'm too dumb. I'm too, I'm too dumb and stubborn to give up on this. No, not a lot of people folded, but there were some people out there that folded for sure. But you know what? It's going to happen, Vio. It's definitely going to happen, and I know that. I know it's going to. Hold on. The hearing is concluded. They don't have any other objectors that showed up. They didn't even give them till 10:30. It's noon. They were going to wait till 12:30. They didn't even decide to wait till 12:30. Maybe they contacted each one of those specific investors and they said nope, not showing up, and so they just decided to call it. Well, this nice thing, I guess, here is the judges and all the lawyers get to go out for a golf day. They're all going to head over to Bob's Tavern and pick themselves up, some beers and steak dinners. Wash their hands and be like, "Yeah, we're done. We got our money." So it's not unusual. They have a hangout place somewhere. Glenn says that was a great last impression from the objector. Let me take my earpiece out here. Tired of having this earpiece in my head. This Bluetooth is going to give me brain cancer. Can't wait for that to happen. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on for numbers because it is time, and then I'll be taking a break here. What are we going on? Daniel, you said I didn't know that. I'm not sure what that's in reference to. If that's the in reference to the playbook that I listed. I'm telling you, man, there is a treasure trove of information in my description box of this channel. I would, for everybody who's listening right now, there's at least 200 of you, at least that's what it's showing right now. All 200 of you, if you have not gone through every piece of information or link that's in that description box, please do so. There is, I promise you, if you go through those, there's going to be something in there that is going to either be an eye opener or something that a little tidbit of information that makes you go like, "Oh, that's a good idea." So please go through those. I don't put anything in the description that I don't think is very valid information and extremely important to helping you out with your investment in AMC. So please go through that and just take a look at it and let it just maybe sink in. Some of them may take more than one view. But if you have any questions on any, I'm always here to help out and explain what I can. James says, okay, I missed a lot. What are the thoughts on the reverse split merger? There's a rewind button, James. Yeah. What are my thoughts on it? Needs to get it done and over with. Let's get it over with. Let's get it going. Yeah, who cares about likes, guys? Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. It doesn't bother me one way. It's not like I get hit dislike if you want. It doesn't bother me. I get nothing in. I get zero for getting a like. I get zero for getting a dislike. I get zero for you watching. So one way or the other, it doesn't matter if you're hitting likes or not. I'm still here. So please don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. Tala, you're welcome. Let me take you guys over the other page here. Yep, I'm taking you the numbers right now, Turtle. Let's do it. I know. I've got people who are very love the regular numbers, like right on time, and I totally get that. That was one of the main reasons I started this channel, was because I was like, there's nobody out there who's giving me numbers that I would love to see, and I was like, somebody needs to provide that. Like, who's going to provide numbers? And I was like, I guess I am. So yeah, here I am. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 60% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. On AMC, we've got approximately 51.23% going through off exchange. EDGX is 8.23%. We're at 59.46%, which is really darn close. 0.54% less than what it should be by this time of the day, so it's tracking fairly close. CHX volume did have a spike up. We've got 2.41% of our daily volume going through CHX now, with a 30-day average of 3.48, but it's only 168,000 shares. I don't really get too excited until I see 300,000. So, but it's more than what it was. How's that? On Ape, off exchange is at 59.41%. EDGX is at 5.83. The combined total is 65.24%, or 5.24% higher than it should be, with CHX at 0. On GME, CHX is at, or sorry, CHX is at 0.26 with a 30-day average of 0.36, which is, I think it's pretty standard for where it's at right now, so nothing unusual going on there. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago on AMC, there was approximately 881,000 shares having been returned for the day. It's now 1.12 million shares. And on put, or sorry, what am I saying put? That's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float down to 23.54%. Cost per mins at 8.26, average is 607.93, and max is at 881.15. Shares on loan day over day decreased by 2.36 million shares. Ortex estimated about 830,000 of that was in closed out short interest, bringing our new shares on loan total amount to 193.7 million shares. Taking a look at Ape, we had an hour ago approximately 157,000 shares having been returned. It's now 162,000 shares. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to stay the same at 4.7. No borrows. Shares on loan at 10.41 million shares, which is 2.58 million shares less on loan today on Ape than yesterday. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is at a $4.50 strike. As of an hour ago, there was 9,000 contracts. There's now 10.2. Excuse me a second. Doing some hard taps. Puts at a $4 strike. It's still there. At a $4 strike, we had 5.7 thousand contracts an hour ago. We now have 11.1, so a big spike up on put volume that came rolling in. And of course, why did that happen? Because guess what? Price did break out of that ascending level of support that we had. And once it broke past that, I'm sure those contracts started pouring in because they probably felt like they could probably see price running back down, combined between AMC and Ape to around 496 or 596, maybe even perhaps lower. So we did break that level of support. So it's now going to become a level of resistance. Hopefully we can break through this. What I've been wanting to see is this triangle bullish breakout. But since we broke to the bottom side on this, we're not we may not get that now. The only thing I can do here at this point is to suggest that perhaps this now becomes the new level of support, rising level of support that we've had. But we did not get the breakout. But we have so many tests up here. One, like major tests, 1, 2, 3, I kind of want to say 4, 5, 6 tests on $6.13 combined, and it still is not rejecting the idea of not wanting to try and break through there. So somebody does not want to see this price above 613, and they're very adamantly keeping this price below that. We're finding a lot of resistance at 613. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME is the only three that I'll be looking for on this list. And due to low volume today, we are not on there. SSR triggers at $3.98 for AMC, Ape at 1.575. Shares available to borrow is 4,000, which means that they did return 4,000 shares in the last hour. Fees are still at 197%. I will not be surprised if those get borrowed before the end of the day. My guess is that they're returning shares right now, preparing for that final run at the end portion of the day that we usually have. So you'll see shares being returned and then borrowed right back out again. More than likely. NASDAQ is up 1.28. Dow Jones is up 0.61, and the S&P 500 is up 0.99. We have 3,708 advancers to 2,542 decliners. I think that's just slightly more declining than it was an hour ago by a little bit, I think. I'm trying to remember, but I think it was 24 something. So I think the market might be slightly more declining than it was an hour ago. Banks, big movers. What do we got going on here? Give me a second. I'm gonna have to send a message to Webull about how long it takes for them to refresh their stats. FRCB is down 14.92. That might be. Oh no, we got Coinbase down 4.18. Other big movers for banks. We've got. That's about it. Ethereum Classic up 5.87%, but still trending down. The US dollar is down 0.46 and trading sideways. Oil is up 0.77 and trending up. It's actually trading. Yeah, it's for the most part, it's kind of trading up since market open. I think. Hold on a second here. I just got to make sure. Oops. I might be wrong on this. Yeah, it's still trading up, trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are trending up anywhere from 0.14 to 0.2, and the SPY is down 1%, or sorry, up 1%. Sorry, and kind of trading sideways, maybe a slightly downtrend right now from the initial run-up that it had to 443.36 earlier this morning. Do note that as it came back down and retested some of these lines that have got in here, broke through them and then found some resistance on some of these. If you pull back out to an hour chart here, I think this is where I had set up a wedge the other day where I said when this breaks out to the bottom side, it will likely go down. And it did initially, but then started heading back up again. Let me delete this out of here real quick. Give me 1 second. We are finding resistance right now at that 442 range. That is a Fibonacci retracement that I have from one of these last runs up here. It is touching the top side of a Bollinger Band. Let me change my Bollinger Band real quick because I don't usually have it set up for 1 hour time spans. Let me change it real fast. Yeah, crawling really hard up this up the Bollinger Band on this. And typically speaking, whenever you see this happen, usually price falls back down to the simple moving average to retest that. And so what I would expect to see have happen here, perhaps maybe for the rest of today and maybe even going into Monday, downwards momentum on price coming as a simple moving average moves up to meet. We may see like a meeting at around 441 or 440. VIX is currently down 3.84% and trending down even further. I want to zoom out a little bit on this just to check something. Let's see. Where are we testing off of? So I had drawn a time Fibonacci retracement off of one of our last run-ups to 35, which was back, the dates on that would have been from 8/10 to 10/18 of 2022. And on that Fibonacci retracement, there is some points in time where you can see that there's some extensive moves that are made between these Fibonacci retracements, and I've got the next occurrence for the breakout up on this occurring right within this time. But we're getting really close here. But it's supposed to be between well, the actual date that this falls on this Fibonacci time retracement is 7/26. So like the later portion of July, on seeing the VIX trending back upwards. But as it stands right now, it's on a downwards trend and finding support off this downwards trend. We may see one last touch on that support before finding that move upwards. VBR is up 0.41. VB is up 0.59. Tesla is up 2.29. Amazon is up 1.7. Cinemark is down 0.57. Doge is up 0.92. Bitcoin is down 1.39 at 30K a coin. GME is down 0.24. HYMC is down 1.4. NCMI is down 1.1. Hood is down 0.85. Ape is up 2.86, and AMC is down 2.33. Remember, guys, when you're looking at these numbers in here, AMC is has 1/3 of the total amount of outstanding shares that are out there. So seeing a downwards momentum movement price on AMC versus an upwards momentum movement in Ape, it needs to see double the amount. So if Ape's up 3%, our market value is up for the day today, because if you look at the total market value, you've got 2.24 on AMC, and then market cap on Ape is sitting at holy shit, okay, 1.68. And that's going to be a positive market cap from what we've been seeing. That's at 3.92. I think I'm trying to remember. I think 2 days ago it was running around like 3.8. So we're up about $120 billion in market cap in just a couple days. So seeing that ape movement upwards is definitely healthy, especially for a reverse split and conversion. On AMC, there is so far for the day today about a little over $100,000 more, almost $200,000 more inflow than outflow. 8.17 million shares traded so far after 167 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 19.07 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is definitely within the 5 to 25 million I suggested after market open. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.88, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator within the last 2 hours, RSI at 50.26, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.38, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.68, which is average. on Ape. There is approximately $900,000 more inflow than outflow. 4.08 million shares traded so far after 168 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 9.47 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 1 to actually, what did I say on that? Yeah, I said 1 to 20 million after market open. On a 4-hour time interval, there is more buying pressure than selling pressure, with appears to be a divergence in the vortex indicator within the next 4 hours, and RSI is at 56.45, which suggests that we have more upwards momentum availability. Do note that on the Ichimoto cloud today, when I pulled that up on the 4-hour chart, we were underneath the green cloud. I know this is a mess in here. Hold on a second. Let me get rid of some of this so you can see it more accurately. We were underneath the green cloud here with the conversion below base, and moving through a green cloud is extremely bullish on this indicator. Normally, you move up through red clouds, down through green. So seeing this move back up is a very strong bullish indicator. Lagging line, again, one of the price points that I told you guys on a 4-hour chart we would have to see is a $1.87, which is about 7 cents higher than where we're at currently. On a 1-hour chart, we've got we're breaking through the cloud today, and this is lagging lines. This is all a buy signal, and so if you're wondering why price is suddenly starting to run, there's a little bit of a buy signal here. Lagging line is above price line, conversions above base, and price is above the cloud, which tends to indicate that this is a good buy signal as it's moving bullishly. We have on a 1-hour chart more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.48, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 62.66, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 64.09, which is above average. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. Make sure my pages are set up right. They're 1-for-1, Daniel. So however many shares you have of AMC and however many shares you have of Ape, it's equal. So 10 shares of AMC is 10 shares of AMC, and 10 shares of Ape will become 10 shares of AMC. Then you have to start dealing with the reverse split after that, which in that case you would have 20 shares of AMC at that point, and you reduce that, so 20 shares would reduce down to 2. Danny, I liked it. I liked it a lot. If you're going to go watch Indiana Jones with the idea that you're going to see like an Avatar visual experience, you're not. It very much reminded me of I guess almost older cinematography, and I'm not sure if they did that on purpose, but it wasn't it wasn't. I don't know how to put it. My wife said I said too much. It's a classic Indiana Jones movie, and if you like Indiana Jones, you're gonna love it. I saw it in Dolby. I think I'm pulling it back up because I can't remember. I don't pay attention to that stuff. I look for time, movie time, man. I got to schedule around like 5 or 6 people, sometimes 7 people, sometimes 10. It just depends on how many people are going. So when I'm scheduling for movies, I don't ever really look to see what kind of visual uh, experience I'm looking for. But I'm pretty sure we saw it in Dolby last night. It was. Oh, it doesn't say on here, does it? We were in theater number 1, which is usually the Dolby theater. So I want to say Dolby. It doesn't say on my tickets here. Yeah, it doesn't say. Actually, I know what to do. I can just look at I can look at current movie times. Uh, what the heck? Why did they move it down? Okay. I saw it in Dolby Cinema. Is what I saw it in. The only choices that I had to choose from was Dolby or the regular laser. Well, actually, it doesn't even say laser anymore. It just says AMC Dine-In. So those were the two choices that I had at mine. IMAX was at a. I guess apparently the theater I go to doesn't have an IMAX at all. I'd have to go to Barton Creek for that. There is no. The 1-to-1 is the conversion. The 10-to-1 is the reverse split. Dynamite, in regards to following an agenda, there may be a very slight hint of it. Like if there was an agenda to be said here, maybe a slight hint, but for the most part, I didn't really feel like I was getting preached to about anything. So um, probably not so much. Glenn says I won't spoil it, but the court case ending was a big surprise. Papa Mac, you're confusing people, man. AMC and Ape are 1-to-1. There is a 1-to-1. Ape shares are worth one AMC share. The conversion rate on Ape to AMC is 1. So you're confusing people when you say there's no 1-to-1. It is a 1-to-1 ratio. Every single Ape share will be converted into a 1 AMC share. And that is a 1-to-1 conversion rate. You have to be very, very careful with your words. Because saying no that there's not a 1-to-1 when there's very clearly a 1-to-1 conversion rate on that is very deceptive and it's confusing to people. Somebody forgot to. Okay, I'll call it back. Hold on a second here. I'm gonna miss it. I'm gonna miss it, but calling it back. No, that is incorrect, Papa Mac. That is not right. For every 10 Ape, you will get 10 AMC. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, but yeah, don't say it that way though, because that's very, very confusing when you say that. When you say for every 10 amp you'll get one new AMC, when you just say that alone, it makes it sound you're not. y- the better way to say it, Papa Mac, is that for every 10 ape that you have, you will get one AMC after the conversion. Make sure you're very specific about stating that there is a difference between the conversion and the reverse split. So what you wrote is not inaccurate, but it doesn't. It only makes it sound like one action. You need to talk about it being two different actions. There's a conversion and there's a reverse split, and you need to be very specific about identifying that that's not just one action. It's two actions. You will get your ape shares converted into AMC, and then there will be a reverse split. You need to make sure that you're very specific about this two-step process of making that action happen, where there's a one-to-one, because this is where everybody's getting confused and saying that there's no one-to-one conversion rate, and then everybody gets all confused by everything. You need to be extremely focused on the idea that there's a two-step action here, not a one-step action. You will not get 10 ape for every one new AMC in a one-step action process. You will get 10 AMC that will then be reverse split into one share of AMC. Is somebody literally carrying their phone around with them? I feel like somebody's literally carrying their phone around with them. She can't close the phone because we're listening. That's what it's making it sound like. He said yesterday the fire alarm got pulled, and then today something test. I have no idea what that means by a test. Sounds like they're getting tested for something, and it could be that it sounds like he's walking a dog. Maybe they got a dog sniffing around. Papa Mac, you're trying. Papa Mac, you and I agree on what you have afterwards. What you're not doing is showing how that there's going to be a conversion and a reverse split, right? So when you explain it to people the way that you're explaining it to them, it confuses people. What you need to say is that AMC will convert at a 1-to-1 ratio, or Ape will convert at a 1-to-1 ratio, and then upon reverse split, whatever number that is will be reduced down by a 10-to-1 ratio. So you need to be very clear about identifying the steps as being a different process. The answer that you and I agree on is the same thing. It's two, right? It's not changing anything. But when you do the process and show somebody on how it's going to work, you need to make sure that you're showing them a two-step process. Oh, they're listening to my stream? Okay, well, I'm off now. I'm a hacker, apparently. All I did was call the phone number. That's funny. Well, I just hung up. Only problem with it is the pressure comes off any squeeze with the amount of ape that will convert into AMC after. Not necessarily. I know it seems like Einstein, but the problem is you're forgetting that there's a lot of oversold positions. So the pressure actually doesn't go anywhere. It's just the reported pressure becomes less. That's the big thing that a lot of people are kind of confusing a little bit and not understanding is that there's a lot of oversold positions or rehypothecated shares that aren't being reported for that are going to have to be accounted for because there are people who hold positions out there regardless of whether or not they're reported or not. And so that's the one thing that you need to remember about this is that those numbers, because they're going to have to find shares really quickly to try and replenish the positions of those people who are holding shares, because they're going to have to go through the DTCC. The DTCC is going to be issuing the shares to computer share to be issued to. Uh, Actually, I wonder if I have to go back and reread it again. They might be coming straight from the DTCC, but I think they go through computer share first. I'd have to go back and relook at it, but the fact of the matter is that they're going to have to reissue shares again, and when they do so, when they don't have enough, because there's people who hold in excess of positions of than what they're supposed to hold, then it becomes a bit of a problem. And so what you're going to end up seeing is, and I imagine that the very initially thing that's going to happen is you're going to see a huge drop in short interest down to probably, I'm guessing somewhere between 8 and 12%. My guess is probably a little bit on the lower side of 10. And then what's going to happen is within a very short period of time, probably within a couple of weeks, you're going to start seeing short interest suddenly start spiking. And the reason for that is there's going to be an additional heavy amount of short interest going in to recreate the positions that have now been basically wiped out because of the reverse split and conversion process. So you're going to see a drop in short interest initially, but very quickly uh, jumping back up again. I'm not on the phone anymore, so I hung up. I'm not on the phone. I was talking earlier when I was on the phone, but I'm not now. I've been off for a bit. Casey, do we know when the conversion is taking place? No. Maybe someone listening to the stream, and yeah, if you're listening to the stream right now, I have a feeling that you're probably being broadcasted. Any of you guys who are listening to the stream, you're being broadcasted. And so if you're listening to me while you're on the stream, then you're broadcasting what it is that I'm saying through that. I think that's probably what's more than likely happening. I think everybody I think they took off because when it says when you first call into the line, it asks you if you're the moderator, and I think they took off the moderator status, so everybody's able to speak into the conference call now. So and you could hear what sounded to me like the bailiff coming in saying everybody needs to turn off your phones. So if you're on there right now, you're literally you're broadcasting yourself. And you may be hearing me go through there, but it's actually probably whatever it is that you're playing from your end, going through the phone call. Record Casey. I'm like I said, I'm not called in there. I'm not even on the phone. My phone's off right now. So it's literally somebody who's listening to this live stream. It's not me. I need to take a break, guys. So we'll give them some nice music to listen to. Judge Erin's going to hold you in contempt. She can't. She can't hold me in contempt. I didn't call in and listen to it, so that would be impossible for me to do. Yeah, somebody unmuted everyone, essentially. Let me put up some music for you guys. We'll give them some nice, easy listening music for the day here while I'm on break. Put in a plug for your channel. Man, this is like Cheers. You don't want to plug your channel. This is like Cheers, where everybody likes to hang out. Nobody wants anybody to show up here. That's that's not gonna happen. Let's see here. I'm gonna come back a little bit later, since I'm kind of leaving late for break. I'll come back at 12:15. But I will say before I go, just because somebody put it up in here and said it, there is one plug and only one plug that I can think of right now that I would like to advertise, and that would be the one and only special your favorite drugstore, of all places, Bud Drug. If you're I forgot about the commercials I was going to do today. Please attend your favorite please attend your favorite drugstore, Butt Drug, where there is free parking in the back. See you guys after break. All right, I'm back, guys. Let's take a look at our numbers and see what we got going on here. Somebody had mentioned the music yesterday wasn't all that appealing. Let me switch it back to the other one while I'm thinking about it. All right, cool. That's ready to go. Let's see what we got going on here. So I think Glenn, everybody who called in ended up being unsilenced. So I think everybody who called in there are the ones talking. So, or the people that you're hearing, anyways. Let's take a look at see what we got going on here. Take you guys over to the other page here. Let's take a look at our numbers. Remember, when you don't see the big tramp up on the screen, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns specifically for me. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account when you do sign up for it. If you have the option of putting in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, do so, as you never know when you're going to accidentally drop your phone in a toilet or a lake or alligator pit. Who knows? And you don't want to get stuck with not being able to access your account. Hold on a second here. Also, please take pictures, video footage, ask for a digital copy of your statement, something that proves ownership of the shares you have. Don't trust your broker to necessarily keep an accurate record or track keeping of what it is you hold. You don't want to be one of those people who accidentally has your records accidentally lost and not have proof of ownership. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Off exchange. Taking a look at the numbers right now. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through, or 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Right now on AMC, we have 50.84% through off exchange. EDGX is 7.53. The combined total 58.37%. It's about 4.63% less than I would expect to see by this time of the day. CHX volume is 5.22% with a 30-day average of 3.53. It's 496,000 shares. That is definitely a lot of shares going through that exchange again. And still on the threshold list, by the way. Off exchange for Ape is sitting at 58.71%. EDGX is at 5.57. The combined total 64.28%, or about 1.28% higher than it should be. 0 shares going through CHX. And GME's CHX volume for the day today is at 0.22 with a 30-day average of 0.36, which is below the normal amount, so nothing unusual to note. Taking a look at AMC. On Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 1.2 million shares having been returned for the day. It's now 1.27. That might slightly lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 23.53% being reported right now. Cost to borrow min is 8.26. Average 667.36%. Max is 881.15%. Shares on loan for the day today is at 193.7 million shares. That is 2.36 million shares less than what it was yesterday. And Ortex estimated that about 830,000 of that was in short interest that was closed. Taking a look at Ape. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 162,000 shares returned so far for the day. It has not changed, leaving the estimated short share interest of the free float at 4.7%. Shares on loan at 10.41 million shares. That is 2.58 million shares less on loan today than yesterday. And taking a look at options, highest amount of calls, call volume is at a strike price of $4.50. An hour ago, there was 10.2 thousand contracts. There's now 11.8. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike with 11.1 thousand contracts. There's now 14.2. Market is suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4 and $4.50 based off of those numbers. The combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $6.13, and yet once again, testing that for $6.13 range. I don't know if we're going to see that breakup. If we did, I would expect it at any time. I'm gonna go ahead and go out on a limb and suggest that it's going to be probably closer to market close, maybe 1500 around that time frame. But I'm really expecting to see a breakout above 613 before the end of the day is over. Combined price of, or what am I saying? Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for on this list. And due to low volume for the day, I do not expect to see us on there, and we're not. SSR trigger price is at $3.98 for AMC, Ape at 1.575, 0 shares available to borrow. The 4,000 shares that were returned earlier have indeed been borrowed, as I suggested we would see happen before the end of the day. I think in total that's putting us at about 24,000 shares more borrowed since earlier this morning, where we saw about 150,000 shares borrowed. It's not enough for me to round up just yet, but getting close. About another 5,000 shares, and I'll round up a little. Fees are still last seen at 197%. NASDAQ is up 1.5, Dow Jones is up 0.83, and the S&P 500 is up 1.22. We have 3,958 advancers to 2,304 decliners. The market is more advancing than it was an hour ago. Some of the big bank movers in here. Let's see what we got going on here. Give me just a second. I think this means it's time to update my software. I feel like playing Jeopardy. Okay, some of them are starting to change. We're almost there. FRCB is down 23.72%. Silvergate's up 17.65%. Other big movers. Banks wise, I don't see anything. Those are the biggest moves. Ethereum Classic is up 13.55%. Had a nice little run there. It's at 20.47. Let me scroll back out here just for a second. It is testing the top of the wedge here, guys. This could start skyrocketing really soon. Although it may just be a test of the top up here. But there is a level of resistance that it's touching on right now. And you can see it's rejected it. I don't expect the breakout to be until a little bit further down the road, towards the end of the month, which is in alignment with some other time frames on which I expect to see some things starting to move quickly that are market movers. But Ethereum Classic is up though. US dollar is down 0.5. Let's see if we can zoom in on this just a little. There we go. And trending down. WTI or oil is up 0.64 and trending up. And mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.2 to 0.28 and trending up. SPY is at 1.24 and trending up. VIX is currently down 3.62 and trending down, I think. Yeah. VBR is up 0.64. VB is up 0.86. Tesla is up 2.2. Amazon up 1.86. Cinemark is down 0.84. Doge is up 4.34. Bitcoin is up 0.67. GME is up 0.15. HYMC is up 0.24. NCMI is down 1.98. Hood is up 0.2. Ape is up 1.14. And AMC is down 1.7. Inflow versus outflow for the day today on the AMC, we have approximately $100,000 more inflow than outflow approximately. 9.91 million shares traded so far for the day today after 237 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 16.3 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 5 to 25 million I suggested in right after market hours had opened. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI 55.67, which is slightly above average. On a 1 hour chart, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.85, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure and what appears to be a imminent crossover on the vortex indicator within the next 30 minutes, an RSI of 55.13, which is slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.58, which is above average. On Ape, there is approximately $500,000 more inflow than outflow. 5.41 million shares traded so far for the day today after 230. Wait a minute. Yeah, 238 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 8.86 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 1 to 20 million I suggested and right after market open. On a 4-hour time interval, we've got more buying pressure and selling pressure with what appears to be an imminent crossover within the next 4 hours. Intimate. It's not intimate. Imminent. I don't know why I want to confuse intimate. Intimate. I can't say the words. I can't do it. This is why I'm not supposed to be doing YouTube. But RSI is at 51.66, which is average. On a 1 hour time interval, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.06, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.34, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, just slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.22, which is below average. AMC, quote unquote, backstabbed retail investors, settlement opponent tells court. Oh, man. See, I mean, it's all part of the playbook. It's all smoke and mirrors. It's all games. Paint the picture you want. Induce attitudes. DD214 says, Casey, it's because you need a hug. Thanks, man. Don't really need a hug, but appreciate the sentiment though. Casey, you're being spoken about on the call. Anything positive? They're slandering your impeccable name. Yay. I don't, it kind of makes me want to go listen. He needs a cocktail, not a hug. That's right. I hope they're saying really, really, really bad things. Funky Pizza says, I couldn't stop laughing when Ricky Bobby from yesterday called Fidelity fiddle-de-delity. I saw somebody post that on Twitter or Reddit, the fidelity. It's kind of funny. I think it's hilarious. Mexican Silverback says, Casey, can you play the call on your show because it's not the judge speaking? I don't even want to go down that road. I don't. I don't want to. I just don't even want to go down that. I want to stay as far away as possible of calling a court phone and then posting it up for a live feed someplace for to be recorded. I just want to stay as far away from that as possible. Not even chance it. Even though I know it's simply somebody with a live mic on another phone someplace, I really don't. It doesn't matter to me. It's still me calling a phone number that's a court-reported phone number, and then recording it. I can't think of a better trap to try and put somebody into than accidentally making a mistake of playing something they shouldn't. And ignorance. If there's one thing I know, ignorance does not prevent you from being guilty of violating laws or mandates. So I just rather stay as far away from that as possible. Well, he gets to suffer the consequences if he does that, you know. Uh, just because everybody else is jumping, that's something my mom always told me when I was young. She said, just because everybody else is jumping off the bridge doesn't mean you should too. So, can we play the colon cleansing clip, or is it too long? I haven't even watched it yet. Yesterday I think I got off the live stream and just kind of got off the computer altogether. Oh, let's see here. I'm going back to see if I can find it. Holy crap, how much stuff? Oh, look at that guy. Who is that? That's awesome. I'm looking. Hmm, I'm having to scroll back quite a ways here. Was that under general? Or where was that you posted it? Because I'm not seeing it. Hmm. I've scrolled back to 626 and still have not seen it yet, so I don't think it's under that. I'm not sure what it's under. You'll have to refresh my memory. They did mention one of your mods on the call or something. Hmm. 1 second here. I was waiting for some data to pop up today for some of the data for this week. Man, why aren't they posting this stuff out anymore? They used to be really good about updating this page here, and it just doesn't update on time anymore. I'm starting to wonder if it's like because I'm not subscribed to their Market Watch or what it is. But yeah, because it's like $1 per week. It's probably what it is. They're probably waiting for me to like put in a buck. Screw you, Market Watch. I'm not doing it. I'm not paying the dollar. You posted it again in general? Hold on, let me look. Scroll. Oh yeah, I remember this. Hold on a second. What the hell?
Oh, this is so fabulous. Ain't nothing like it.
You know, I was never a huge fan of was it Eddie Murphy that was doing this? I think. I'm not a big fan. I don't know. I didn't think it was that funny. Uh, I can't. I don't know. You're probably not gonna get a laugh out of me on this one, but yeah, 4 minutes. Yeah, that's way too long. That is way too long. I don't think I can play that. That's straight out of a movie, and it's anything over like 45 seconds is gonna be too long. I'm not a huge. I'm not a. I don't. There's only been one thing that I can think of in my entire life that Eddie Murphy's been funny in, and that's Hill Street, Beverly Hills. Was it Beverly Hill Street? Or no, Beverly Hills Cop or whatever it was. I can't remember. I'm not a big, huge Eddie Murphy fan. I just don't. He doesn't. He try. It's like he's like a try-hard comedian. I actually, believe it or not, I actually kind of feel about the same way about him and Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is like probably one of the worst comedians that I've seen in a long time that tries too hard. Like he legit like he's when he's not trying, he's way funnier. But when he's actually doing like a comedy skit, I feel like he's a tryhard, and I just don't find anything that he says funny one bit. And I feel the exact same way about Eddie Murphy. Just it's not funny. I don't even think I saw Raw. I'm pretty sure I saw both Bowfinger and I don't know. Actually, no. Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe I didn't see him. Black Canada Raikou says Coming to America was to me was his funniest. I did actually like that one, but it wasn't like it, it was good. It was good, but it wasn't great. Holy, have you seen Jim Carrey lately, Sam? Oh my gosh. Dude has gone nutso. I mean, absolutely nuts. Like there's something wrong with him. I worry for Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey is I don't know how much longer we're gonna have him around for. I really kind of went. I'm worried about him. Hold on a second here. I want to go back. I feel like there's got to be at least one other. Let's see. What else was he in? Hold on a second, guys. I got to take a phone call real quick. Ooh. That was a good phone call. That was a tendies phone call right there, guys. I got some tendies. All right. Let's see what we got going on here. Let me read. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was looking something up. Let's see. I feel like there was something else Eddie Murphy was in that I liked besides Beverly Hills Cop. And so I'm going through his IMDb here because I'm feeling like it might have been. Obviously, I loved him in Shrek. As Donkey, he did the best voiceover ever. Like, I mean, like normally I probably would have leaned towards Mike Myers as being like my favorite character, but Donkey is freaking hilarious. I could not get enough of that. So, but that doesn't really count as like an acting. It's a voiceover. So, but the voice was perfect. I mean, he did an excellent job. There's no way you could replace him. I'm going through here to see what they've got. I just want to see movies. Let's see. Expand below actor. That's what I want. I just want actor. No. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. I just want actor. All right. Let's see here. I'm looking through. I didn't think Norbit was funny. I kind of like Nutty Professor a little bit, but it kind of ranks right up there with Coming to America kind of thing, where it was like I just kind of sort of laughed at it. It was like, all right, it's kind of funny. Uh, I know there had to be something else I liked him in. No, I just went through the whole list here that I'm seeing back to 1982. According to the IMDb here, it's saying 48 Hours was the first movie he was in, according to this. And I went through the list here, and I'm just not an Eddie Murphy fan. Yep. Here's one that says Dreamgirls. I don't remember this movie. I have no idea what this was. Don't remember him even being in it. Yeah, I'm just not a fan. Wait, what am I looking at? This could be better than butt drugs commercial.
What exactly is Comdon? Well,
I can't. I can't play that. I'll watch that one in my off time, and then I'll go back and check. Uh, I'll go back and check that one. See how long I can last through that one. Andrew says he played a serious role in Dreamgirls, nominated for Oscar. He was really good. I feel like Eddie Murphy's kind of like one of those guys where, I mean, he's a comedian, right? But I feel like I feel like he could have been a better actor if he wanted to or if he tried. And then, but he just kind of got stuck as being the comedian guy. right? And or maybe that's what he chose to do. I'm not sure which, but I feel like he could have. I feel like he could have. He had potential of being a really good actor in serious roles, and just never, in my opinion, never really went there. Uh, which is kind of sad because I mean, I feel like sometimes some actors and even actresses are kind of typecasted into specific roles and aren't ever really kind of given the chance to kind of bloom into something different. For example, um, why did I just forget his name? um, Robin Williams. Uh, some of the serious roles that he actually did, uh, I was amazed. He did a great job on everything that it is that he ever worked on, and I don't, you know, it makes me feel sad that some people are typecasted like that. What about Eddie's song "Party All the Time"? I think if it's the one I'm thinking of, I know I've heard one of his songs before. I don't know if that's the one or not, but it was horrific. I was just like, I can't listen to this. It's terrible. NC Proud Dad says I ordered a pallet of that product. We have a restaurant. Actually, I think the name has changed recently. That's really close to where I live, and the name of the restaurant. Do you guys ever eat? It's called pho? I think. Isn't it called pho? It's pronounced pho, but it's written PHO, I think. Do you guys? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Am I saying it right? Is it pho? No, he didn't. He just didn't make me laugh. DD 214. The humor just wasn't funny to me. It was just very dry and bland. I just couldn't laugh. I mean, Hercules. I just don't laugh at that. That's not funny to me. I don't think there's any funniness in saying Hercules. It just doesn't. It doesn't. I can't laugh at it. Okay, pho. I'm trying to remember the name of the restaurant name that was near us. But we had a restaurant that was over by us here. Um, give me a second here. I'm trying to remember what the name of it. Hold on a second. I'm looking it up. I think it was. Yeah, they changed the name of it. What was the name of it before? Oh, it's gonna drive me nuts. Um, the place is now Fresh. It's called Fresh Bowl. They changed the name of it from whatever the name used to be. It's now called Fresh Bowl. But the name before, oh, I know what it was. It was PHOKING. That's what it was. It was PHOKING. Here, I'll type it in for you guys. So you guys, I don't want to have to say it. And now it's called Fresh Bowl. so I don't know who's naming this place or why they're changing the names on it. But I way liked the king way better. It was such a better named place. I really liked it. Fresh bowl now, like a fresh toilet bowl. I do like a fresh toilet bowl. Fuss 75. And they need to have an older rundown sign. It can't look too modern outside. Yeah, I only went to go eat at the place one time. It was decent. It's just not something. I don't know. It's not something I would probably just go regularly eat. I'm not a big fan. Yeah, you probably could have said that when you called up there. Yep. I should probably open up the back of the Big Tramp after I do the numbers here. But I didn't know for the longest time that you pronounced PHO as pho. So I always thought it was um, poo king. Nobody told me that you were supposed to pronounce it pho, and so I always thought it was poo king. And either way, it doesn't really matter because it's funny either. Either way, either way. So I kept telling everybody, it's like, hey, people would be like, hey, we're gonna go up to the what do they call it? Ramen place up the street, and I'd be like, oh, poo king. nobody would nobody would ever correct me or tell me that I was wrong on how I pronounced it. Let's see. Ape is currently at 1.785 up. That's actually kind of fluctuating a little. 1.78 at 1.71% up. AMC is at 4.335 down 1.92%. Foo. Foo King. I don't know why I thought the H was silent. I don't know. I feel like we're missing something today. I don't know what it is. I feel like just something's missing. I was supposed to since I did the movie last night, I forgot to put together the commercials for you guys. So I'll probably start the commercials up next week, uh, so I can prepare. I'll try to put something together over the weekend and have that ready for you guys for next weekend. We'll start doing some commercials. I've already got one set up. I already know what I'm going to do for one of them. The order book on AMC is pretty interesting right now. There's a crap ton of orders on both the buy and sell side of this order book, and I just don't think that there's enough. I don't think there's any liquidity to be able to complete orders right now. Is part of the problem. The other, let's see how Ape's looking here. Yep, Ape's the same way. Same exact way. They've got a crap ton of orders just stacked up. For those who have not seen The Gentleman, I have no for you. You're dead to me. The Gentleman. Hold on a second here. Yeah, I hate to break it to you, but I might be dead to you. I've not seen this. Yeah, I definitely have not seen this. It's really interesting that you're 2 for 2 now. I'm not a huge Matthew McConaughey fan. You're 2 for 2 now. Like I just don't think he's that good of an actor. Which is funny because he's actually down here in Austin teaching at uh, University of Texas. He's teaching acting over here. Yeah, I'm not a McConaughey fan. Tech says, how is Indiana Jones? If you're looking to watch a classic Indiana Jones movie, you're going to get what you want. If you're going for amazing visual effects like Avatar, you're going to be disappointed. So go into it just expecting a classic Indiana Jones movie and you're going to get what you wanted. I liked it. I liked it a lot. It's my pathetic attempt to get you goad you to watching. Yeah, I probably won't do it though, because McConaughey is just really not my cup of tea. Perhaps you'll reevaluate your opinion of him after you watch it. I mean, I was watching a clip of it as I was looking it up on IMDb, and like just his facial features as he's acting seems so like disingenuous and not real. Like I just he's I think of McConaughey as like the Ben Stiller of actors. Like Ben Stiller is amazingly funny and thinks he can act, but I don't really think Ben Stiller can act at all. And I think that's what we all love about him. I think we all actually love the fact that he can't act, and that's what's so funny about it. Where he's trying to act like he can't act, and he's actually acting just probably I think the way that he would normally act, and it's terribly bad. I think the same way of Matthew McConaughey, where he's trying to act but not acting, and it's so funny to watch in the regards of like it's so bad. He's trying again another really bad tryhard. And so, like, if he's trying to play a serious part, you can't take him seriously because it's like, man, it's so bad acting. It reminds me of um, shoot, what's her name? Uh, Jennifer Aniston, right? Like, she's always got that. Wait, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do the Jennifer Aniston look. I'm gonna attempt to try and do. She's always got that like open mouth, confused look on her face all the time and everything she's in, and it's like, really? Like, I mean, she's always confused apparently. That's just her look. and there's not a single movie she doesn't have it in. Brian says, I love her. I can't stand her, man. I think she's hands down. There's only one other actress I can think of that's worse than her. Yeah, open mouth and confused all the time. And the terrible thing, Dino Mike, is like if you watch a an interview that she's doing with I don't know whoever, because she's done a recent movie and she's doing her rounds or whatever, her plugs, and she literally does the open mouth confused look in her interviews. Like you can't tell a difference between her and her whatever whatever part she's done in a movie. She is the most emotionless person I have ever seen in acting. It's so bad. Tammy says, Casey, what's going on with the trial on in the trial today? It's over. It was over before it started. They literally had one person show up out of the people that were supposed to show up today to talk, and then they did their closing testimony, and that was it. So it's done. You had me at Aniston open mouth. Brian says, "Why are we hating?" I'm just relating to like some of the people that I think are really bad actors. Sandra Bullock's just as bad. Oh, she's just as bad too. But she's likable though. Sandra Bullock's is just as almost as bad as Jennifer Aniston, but she's really likable, even though she's got that dumb, confused look on her face all the time. But I actually do like her acting because I guess she's just more likable. I guess she smiles. she's Her smile is, I feel like, a genuine smile, and I guess it's just easy to smile, like smile back at her. I don't know. Yeah, she always plays herself. Agreed. DD214 says it's the girl next door look. I don't know if I would say that about her, but I didn't. Is Bird Box? Which one's that one? Is that the one with? Is that the one where they had to like the kids were like blindfolded or something? Everybody was blind. Oh, let me see here. Yeah, everybody was. I remember that one. I don't remember why. I did see that, but I don't remember what the premise was. I feel like something was going to kill them if they saw it. I don't remember what it was. She was good in that. I did like that. That was a very serious role that she played in there, and it was good. The Blind Side. Let me check and see. No, I did not see that. I think I may have seen bits and pieces of it, but never saw the whole thing all the way through. See, Brian, no, he already knows where I stand on this. Joan Cusack is literally the worst actress I can think of out there. She's my number one. I cannot stand it. Everything's always a dumb, confused look on her face. And then she's just talking a mile a minute when she's acting. Like it's either talking a mile a minute or looking dumb and confused, and that's it. That's the only two things she does in every single part she's ever in any movie. And it bothers me so much. And then what really kills me is that her brother, whatever his name, something Cusack, I can't think of his name, John Cusack, I guess. How in the world how in the world is it that John Cusack could literally over like still have zero emotion, but outact you as an actor. I don't understand how John Cusack can outact his sister when they don't. They both have zero, but it's his in emotion in every single one of his roles that he ever plays in. That's the part that he's good at. But Joan does it, and she just looks stupid and confused, which he kind of does too. But it, for some reason or another, it doesn't come across the same way. And I never understood that. I don't get it at all. But man, Joan Cusack, it's the worst. Juliet Lewis Dreyfus. Is she the Juliet Lewis? Is she's the one from Dusk Before Dawn? Because I rank her right there in that too. She is, if she's the Dusk for Dawn girl, I would agree. Yep. No, wait, that's not her, is it? Yeah, it is. That's got to be her. Yeah, it is. From Dusk Till Dawn. It is her. Yeah, she's same thing. If I could never see a movie again with Joan Cusack, Juliet Lewis, or Jennifer Aniston in it ever again, I would be completely happy. And then male actors. Uh, Matthew McConaughey's in the top of that. He's definitely on that list. You guys are gonna hate me for this one. I'm really not a big fan of Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise doesn't really do it for me. Never really has. I'm not saying I love Top Gun. Top Gun's a great movie. I just don't like him. He's the same thing in everything he's in, and he's always running in every same movie. It's like it doesn't matter. It's always got him in the movie with him running around everywhere. He's always got that high pump and high kick to him that he's everywhere. It's just so annoying. And Food Dog says I'm unsubscribing. I'm just not I'm not a fan. I love a lot of the movies that he's done. I just can't stand him as an actor. It's like, dude, do something where you actually are somebody other than Tom Cruise, because you're always the same thing in everything. And I'm trying to think who else. There's another one. Um, I'm actually, believe it or not, Eddie Murphy's not going to make the list. I actually really do think Eddie Murphy's a great actor. I think, even though I don't think he's a great comedian, I think he's an amazing actor. Like he legitimately has like a full wide range of emotions that come through on anything that he's doing. He's got an addictive laugh that nobody can't not laugh to. He's an amazing actor. I wouldn't put him on that list. Trying to think who else. Um, how do you feel about Selma Hayek? Mixed. Mixed emotions, but I feel like some of it's lost in translation. Because I mean, I see where you're going with that, Arthur. I can definitely see where you're going with that, but I feel like a lot of it's just kind of lost in translation. So, but I would have to probably tend to agree with you though, in regards to like, is she a great actress? She comes across as the same person in everything she's in. Again, I feel like it's kind of lost in translation for whatever reason or another. I don't get angry when I watch her acting. How's that? Joan, I get angry. Selma Hayek, don't get angry. What about Jerry Maguire with Tom Cruise? Like I said, Tech, I love so many movies that Tom Cruise has been in. I love them all. There's like, I can't, honestly, there's probably not a single Tom Cruise movie out there that I could say that I hate. But I don't like him as an actor. He's just, he's just a dick. He's a dick and everything. I don't know. He didn't run. You're right. Did he run? Did he run in Jerry Maguire? Maybe he wasn't running. I don't know. But he's good. He's good as he's. The movies are good. It's hard to hate a movie when the movie's good. I actually that's actually one of my favorites. I really love Minority Report, and it's because the storyline is amazing. I love that storyline. I wish there was somebody else acting the part rather than Tom Cruise. I absolutely love that movie. How about Melvin Capital? Oh shoot, it's 15 minutes after. We got to do numbers. Yeah, Rain Man was a good movie. Eyes Wide Shut. That was where I fell in love with Nicole Kidman. Actually, might have been just slightly before that, but it definitely reaffirmed that I loved her at the time when I was younger. So yeah, and then Tom Cruise was in it, and I was like, who's that guy? Oh, that's her husband. But yeah, another good movie. You know, eh, I can't recall if I've seen Vanilla Sky. I feel like I've gone to try to watch Vanilla Sky like a couple times and keep forgetting to go watch it. Like I feel like there's a I keep forgetting to go watch it. I don't know that I have seen Slumber Party Massacre. All right, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done my rant. Everybody's like, "Well, who the heck do you like?" I don't know. No, I like Harrison Ford. He's a good actor. And here's the crazy part. What part has Harrison Ford ever played in where he didn't really just kind of feel like Harrison Ford in it? I mean, it's like Indiana Jones and everything, right? Doesn't matter if it's Star Wars. It's Indiana Jones and Star Wars. It's Indiana Jones if it's a what was this escape movie, the one that he was in, Fugitive. It's always it's always Harrison Ford, but I like him. I like him. It's very relatable. I feel like I can I feel like I could share a beer with the guy. He comes across as a fun person. I don't know. I really don't know why I feel that way. I don't know. Has he ever? Hold on a second. I knew it. I knew it. I had to look it up to see because I didn't know for a fact, but I was gonna guess if I had to guess, Harrison Ford's probably never won an Oscar, and sure enough, lo and behold, Harrison Ford never won an Oscar, been nominated, but never won an Oscar. It doesn't even surprise me. It doesn't surprise me because he's the same freaking actor in everything that it is that he's in, but I love it. I love it as, he's Harrison Ford. It's freaking Harrison Ford. You can't go wrong with it. It doesn't matter if it's Patriot Games or what it is that it's in, it's always Harrison Ford. But he's not gonna I don't think he's ever gonna win an Oscar, you know? He doesn't have a role other than Harrison Ford. And so, that's gonna be he should get a Lifetime Achievement Award eventually, but he probably never will get an Oscar. And I can understand why, even though I love the guy. I think he's amazing. Let's take a look at these numbers and see what we got going on here. And it didn't dawn on me until I just started thinking of it. I was like, I doubt he's ever even won an Oscar before. And sure enough, it's the truth. It's kind of odd. I mean, because he's in so many good movies. That's not what it takes to get an Oscar, though. Let's see what we got going on here. Starting with the off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Right now on off exchange, we got 49.92%. EDGX is sitting at 7.6. The combined total on that's 57.52%. So we're about 6.48% less than we should be. Some of that extra volume's gone into CHX because it's at 4.61% or 498,000 shares. So it's definitely elevated for the day today. Taking a look at off exchange for Ape, it's at 58.71%, EDGX at 5.57, the combined total 64.28%, or 0.28% higher than it should be. And then CHX volume is 0 shares, and on GME, CHX volume is at 0.19 with a 30-day average of 0.36. Nothing unusual going on there. I'm like dreading opening up the back of the Big Tramp today, or he's gonna like hate on me for who I don't like as an actor or actress. Sorry, I have my taste. You know, it's my taste. Everybody's allowed to have their favorites, I guess, and not so much favorites. Looking at shares borrowed for AMC for the day today, we've got 1.27 million shares returned an hour ago. It's now 1.28. That's not really going to change. The estimated short share interest of the free float, which is at 23.52%. Cost to borrow mins at 8.26, averages 638.05, and max is 881.15%. Taking a look at shares on loan, it's at 193.7 million shares on loan for the day today. That is 2.36 million shares less on loan today than it was yesterday, and Ortex estimated about 830,000 of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was 100. Actually, for quite a few hours now, there's been 162,000 shares having been returned. It has not changed, leaving the estimated short share interest of the free float at 4.7%. No borrows for the day today. Shares on loan is at 10.41 million shares. That's 2.58 million shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. And moving on to options, excuse me. Highest amount of volume for calls is at a $4.50 strike. An hour ago, there was approximately 11.8 thousand contracts. There's now 12.6. And puts, highest amount of puts is at a $4 strike. There was 14.2 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 14.7. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $6.12 and hovering just about that point to where it wants to break through 613, but just can't get there. We'll probably get one more retest of this rising level of support before perhaps maybe seeing the breakout to the top side in the last 30 minutes like we've been doing for the last 2 or 3 days now, where we get that really strong push towards the end. And let's see here, taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are likely not on this page due to the fact that there's low volume on all 3 of those stocks. We've got SSR would have tripped today at $3.98, Ape at 1.575, 0 shares available to borrow. That has not changed in the last hour. Fees were last seen at 197%. NASDAQ is up 1.51%, Dow Jones is up 0.92%, and the S&P 500 is up 1.28%. We have currently 3,947 advancers to 2,336 decliners. The market is more, actually, I don't think that's changed in the last hour. That's pretty close to what it was an hour ago. 3,947 advancers to 2,336 decliners. I think that's pretty close to the same thing as it was. Banks, big movers. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here. FRCB is up or down rather 16.79%. Silvergate is down 3.92%. And that's the biggest movers. Ethereum Classic is up 10.13%. DXY or the US dollar is down 0.46. WTI is up 0.39. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.22 to 1.29, and SPY is up 1.29. VIX is down 3.4. Actually, let me click on it and just make sure. Yeah, 3.4. VBR is up 0.6. VB is up 0.83. Tesla is up 2.3. Amazon is up 1.81. Cinemark is up, or down rather, 0.75. Doge is up 3.9. Bitcoin is down 0.04. GME is up 0.04. HYMC is down 0.17. NCMI is down is up 3.4. Hood is up 0.55. Ape is up 1.8, and AMC is down 1.92. Inflow versus outflow for the day today was about just a little over $100,000 more outflow than inflow. 11.18 million shares traded for the day today. After 295 minutes worth of trading, puts us on a pace for 14.78 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's probably really close to the pace that we'll hit by the end of the day. Is about 1 o'clock is usually kind of the good pace setting time to really know that it's solidified. On a 4-hour time interval, we've got more buying pressure and selling pressure than RSI at 54.12, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI at 52.46, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 1.04. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure by quite a bit, and looks to be having an imminent indication of having a crossover within the next 5 minutes. With RSI at 50.34, with more selling pressure. However, we just did print a TD9, and we're coming back down to test the simple moving average. We may see a reversal on this to the other direction, so this might actually start swinging around the other way. On Ape, there is approximately, let's just call it $500,000 more inflow than outflow. Close enough. 5.96 million shares traded so far after 296 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 7.85 million shares traded by the end of the day today. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure when a divergence in the vortex indicator showing up on here, looking to be imminent, with an RSI of 53.36, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than the buying pressure, with RSI at 53.8, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.69, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 51.95, which is average. And if you guys want to know, I'm sitting here trying to think about it in my head and not doing a very good job of trying to figure out who it would be. But I mean, I'm going to go ahead and say Halle Berry is like one of my favorite actresses, but she's probably not like an all-time pick that I would say, because I'm sure I can think of probably actresses that probably she's just the most beautiful right now in my opinion. But if I had to sit down and think about actresses and who's like the best all-time actress that I can think of that had like played really wide ranges of roles and did a spectacular job at it, it would take me a minute to sit and think about it. I really like Reese Witherspoon. I don't know if you guys have seen some of all of her work. I mean, she has done. Meryl Streep is probably up there. Sam for sure, but I really like Reese Witherspoon because if you go back and you look at some of her earlier work compared to like, I mean, she's playing a whole gambit of different parts, anywhere from being a trailer trash junkie to the high society preppy kind of girl that Legally Blonde kind of thing or whatever, where she's just like ditzy kind of stuff, but. I've seen it all. Like she's done everything, and she's played so many dramatic ends of the spectrum that it's kind of crazy to me how versatile she is. But in regards to like male actors, and I gotta make sure I get his name right here because I always forget it. Um, Christopher. I can't think of his name. Why can't I think of his name? Um, I'm trying to not look it up so that I can. I'm trying to figure out what it is without looking it up, and I can't. It's not going to pop into my head. Christopher Waltz. I could think of the first name, but I can never think of his last name. But Christopher Waltz is an incredible actor, in my opinion. But above him, and I'm not going to remember this guy's name either. I always forget his name as well. The Gary something. I don't remember what it is. Gary Oldman. Gary Oldman. I know I've gone on this rant before. Some of you guys have heard it plenty of times, but Gary Oldman has done some parts that some people don't even realize he acted in. Like you can go through and look at the list of the movies that he's acted in and not even realize that he was in it and go like, holy shit, that was Gary Oldman. And like you just go through the list and it's just insane some of the parts that he has done that um, blow my mind. Yeah, Kevin, I can totally understand why you would hate Kevin Costner. Kevin Costner, he's the same person and everything, man. He's worse than Harrison Ford, but the thing is I'd sit down and have a beer with him. Uh, but yeah, I can totally understand why you wouldn't like Kevin Costner. He's not for everybody. But holy crap, Oldman is insanely amazing in how some of the stuff he was in. Like there was something he was in. I don't remember what it was in, but I watched the entire movie. Went back years later, saw the movie again. Was watching it with somebody, and they were like, "Man, isn't that your favorite actor right there?" And I was like, "Son of," I'm like, how in the world? I didn't even know that was him." So I mean, he's really good at what he does. Wait a minute, Last of the Mohicans? That's a good movie. I really like that movie. Who's in that though? Christian Bale's good, but we've all seen his blow up that he has. I think he's a talk about another dick on stage. That doesn't take away from the fact that maybe he's a good actor. So I don't know. What about the Last of the Mohicans though? Why did you name off Sam those same actor? Wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second. I gotta figure this out here. I gotta figure out why Sam's saying Daniel Day-Lewis is the number one for me for men. He's saying Last of the Mohicans, Gangs of New York, and Abraham Lincoln. I hate to do this. I really hate doing this because I for a long time when I was younger, I absolutely hated Brad Pitt. He has acted in so many different parts in movies. I'm not going to put him on the Gary Oldman level, but he has a really wide range, and I hate giving him the credit because for so long I wanted to not like him, and and I gotta say the same thing about Leonardo DiCaprio too. I hated Leonardo DiCaprio for such a long time, especially when he came out with the very first thing I ever saw him in was the Romeo and Juliet, and I could not stand him. I hated that movie. I hated Titanic, and then everything after that that he started doing, I was like, holy crap, it's so good. I I hate the fact that I like him now. So I could not stand Brad Pitt or Leonardo DiCaprio for their first, I guess, beginning roles that they had, and then they changed my mind completely. Nope, I didn't like him in Legend of the Fall. That was actually that may have been the last film that he was in that I didn't like him in. Tom Hanks. He'll probably always be a favorite, but did you see Mr. Rogers? Like, I kind of lost a little bit of respect for him when I saw that one because I got a lot of respect for Tom Hanks. I think he's a great actor, but I lost a little bit of respect when I saw that. I was just kind of like he made him feel like a creepy perv, and I never ever remember feeling like that way when I watched Mr. Rogers. You never thought creepy perv Mr. Rogers. You just didn't. And and Tom Hanks made him feel like creepy perv Mr. Rogers, and that made me sad. Morgan Freeman is an excellent actor. Love Morgan Freeman. That man's voice is amazing. Alexis, Texas? Who the hell? All right, I feel like I'm gonna look this up, but it's gonna end up being like some kind of porn star. What the heck is this? Hold on, I'm gonna look it up. IMDb. I have no idea who this is. This says Hannah Montana. Private Talk Podcast with Alexis, Texas. I don't know who this is. No idea. Never heard of her. It's the first time. I don't know where I stand on Nicolas Cage. I love Samuel L. Jackson. Nicolas Cage, I just don't know where I stand on him. He's kind of like I want to like Nicolas Cage, but then every once in a while he'll have like that movie where you just go like, man, I didn't need to see this. He's got like it's like he's got these like moments of like brilliance and then complete flops. Like leaving Las Vegas. Is that what it was? I think the Las Vegas one. And I'm like, no. Yeah, Sean even says it. No. I don't know if that's what he's saying it for or not, but just click images. I'm gonna pass, Trevor. He's brilliant in some things and just a complete flop in others. 8 millimeters was fascinating and disturbing at the same time. Opened a Foo's eyes. I liked that movie. It was a good movie, but it was also like it was sad at the same time. It was definitely one of his better movies. Yeah, I liked 8 millimeter. It was a good movie. Jamie Foxx. I don't know where I stand on that one. I really don't. I yeah, I don't. That's a tough one. Love Denzel Washington. I keep seeing the name Daniel Day-Lewis popping up. hold on a second. Let me pull it up and see, because I recognize the name, but I can't place where the name. I mean, but I would have, many years ago, I would have said the same thing about Gary Oldman. I would have been like, who the hell is that? And then I would have looked him up, and that's actually how I figured out who Gary Oldman was. Somebody mentioned Gary Oldman or something like that. And I was like, what's he been in? And so I went and looked. I was like, holy crap, this guy's in so much stuff. I love this guy as an actor, and I didn't even realize it. I was kind of no, okay, Gary Oldman, or not Gary Oldman, Daniel Day-Lewis. I've never seen this guy in my life. I don't know what he's in. This says Last of the Mohicans. I don't remember him in it. I never saw Lincoln. I never. I did see the Gangs of New York, but I don't remember him in it. Maybe he's gonna be another one of those Gary Oldman kind of characters where he's in everything that I've seen before and loved. I really loved Last of the Mohicans, but who was he in it though? Hold on a second. I gotta see who he was because I don't remember that face in the movie. Was he the main actor? He was the main actor? Wow. Uh, okay. Well, I didn't like Last of the Mohican for the acting, that's for sure. I can tell you that. I liked it for the music and the cinematography and the story. There was nothing about his acting that ever came across as being like amazing to me in that in fact, I really felt like the whole movie was really kind of, I almost felt like I was watching a silent film. There's probably tons of talking in it, but I really felt like it was more about the music and the cinematography and the storyline of what was happening that made it more impressive than anything. It really wasn't a talky kind of movie. At least it didn't feel like it. If you don't like Bill Murray, something's wrong with you. Seriously, actually, no. I'm curious. Does anybody not like Bill Murray? Is there anybody that's actually? I feel like there's probably got to be at least a few people, right? I mean, he probably is a little off-putting to some. He kind of comes off as like kind of a chauvinist male, so he might be off-putting to a lot of maybe some women out there. I don't know. I think Bill Murray's great. Turtle says it isn't against the law to not like Bill Murray. I mean, look, I mean, sitting literally. Wait, do I have the right page? Okay, literally sitting right here on my desk. You're awesome. This is my this is my coaster right here that I got sitting on my desk where I put my coffee and my alcoholic beverage or water, whichever it may be, every day. So yeah, I've I got Bill Murray always telling me I'm awesome over here. But it's okay if you don't like Bill Murray. I can totally understand, why he would maybe be off-putting for some people. Sam says Bill Cosby is off-putting. Oh boy, is he in jail? I don't even know. Hated What About Bob because he did such a good job in it. Truth. Hold on a second here. Whatever happened to Bill Cosby? I think he's serving jail time, right? Is he? I'm trying to imagine Bill Cosby in jail. Is he in jail? Let me see. Where is he at? Is he in jail? He's probably out. Can you imagine having to be like Bill Cosby's jail cell mate? I'm wondering, like, if freedom from prison in June is what the Supreme Court will not review the sexual assault. Supreme Court will not review the sexual assault case against Bill Cosby, leaving in place a decision by the Pennsylvania's highest court that vacated the comedian 2018 indecent assault conviction and freed him from prison in June. I don't know how long he was in jail for, But this seems like a really odd, a really odd jail sentence to have, like with him as like your cellmate. Um, somebody's telling you you gotta shank this guy, and then you're all like, "No, it's Bill Cosby. I can't shake Bill Cosby." So it's like, you, I don't want to go down as the guy who shanked Bill Cosby. Oh man, they call them pudding cup in jail. I'm trying to, I'm trying to imagine him just being in jail, and I'm having a hard time with it. He told me a long time ago, nobody messes with Bill. Everybody was cool with him. Uh, yeah, and see, that's what I'm saying. Like, I can't even imagine like anybody like having it's. Is that really a prison sentence to have to like bunk up with Bill Cosby? I mean, it seems it seems like that make time go by a little faster. You know, maybe that's what we should do. Maybe we should hire comedians to bunk up with like really good well-known comedians to go bunk up with cellmates. Correct, you know, maybe change people's lives. They need a little humor in their life to change their lives around, and like people who are still salvageable, right? Like you're not gonna throw them on. You don't go putting them in with the death row killers. You're putting them in with people who you want to try and rehabilitate to get back into society. You go throw them in jail with somebody like Bill Cosby, make them serve time in there, and or whoever else needs to go to jail as a comedian for a little while, and you have them do some community service by changing people's lives and making them uh, rehabilitating him and giving him humor in life. I don't know. Casey's got a way to get people rehabilitated back into society again. It all has to do with it all has to do with Bill Cosby. He's gonna solve everything. I'm just trying to imagine this. Apparently, he's not in jail right now. Pro Julia. That's what I just looked up. So I guess the answer is no. I'm not going to break today, guys. On my second break, I feel like I bailed you guys earlier this morning, so I'll put in a little extra time here by not going to break. It's already too late to go to break anyways, so. And we don't have movie trivia, so I don't have to, and we don't have to vote on movie trivia because we only have one movie left. So next week we're going to spend some time coming up with some different movies, perhaps. Casey got his second wind. Tiger King is in jail. Do you want to be his roommate? Pass. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Pro Driller. Okay, so no worries for people in jail, just people out of jail. I mean, so you're saying like I'm like we shouldn't. I feel like you're saying like we shouldn't try to rehabilitate people who are in jail and maybe need to just have like some kind of change to help them to get back out to society. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have people, I don't, it was more or less just humor, Pro Jeweler. I wasn't trying to be, I wasn't really being serious. Man, Sam, I purposely left out Kevin Spacey for a reason. He actually used to be one of my favorite actors, and I don't talk about Kevin Spacey anymore. I don't talk about Kevin Spacey anymore. Let's just leave it at that. Makes yeah. There was a lot of them. Foo Dog. There was a lot of them. I mean, you want to talk about a movie without talking about him necessarily that had two other great actors in it. And if you haven't seen this movie, uh, I'm pulling it up here because I'm trying to remember what it's called. I think it's called. My mind keeps wanting to say Sixth Sense, so it's not it. It's like something Deadly Sins or it was just a number maybe seven. Yes, it was seven. That's what it was. Uh, it- when you got Morgan Freeman and Brad Pitt, and we don't even have to say any other names, acting in the same movie together, that was. If you have not seen Seven, you need to see Seven. I'm not going to say anything else about it because that movie will trip you out. I saw that when I was I think it was my freshman year of college, which would have been 1995. I think. Let me see what year it came out again. I think it was 1995. Yep, 1995. I saw it my freshman year of college, and that movie, I walked out of it just torn up because I was going like, in my head, I was thinking like, what in the world would I do? And I I don't even know. What would I do? That scene with Brad Pitt where he's like, no, oh man, I could feel it. I could feel it on the inside. I felt that, and that was. I have to say, like, how you guys, I told you how I'm not a fan of Brad Pitt. That was one of the ones where when I saw that movie and I saw him acting the way that he did, and with Morgan Freeman in there, oh my gosh, I was sitting there going like, dude, what would you do? What would you do? How could you like? What would you do? Oh man, that movie left me messed up in the head when I walked out of it because I was just like, man, I don't ever want to be in a situation like that. Runscape Killer says any news and uh, the hearing for the litigation on the class action lawsuits over. But we probably won't find out next week, according to the judge. So we've got at least 1 week of waiting time. Easterby says Seven was great. Brad did the right thing. I mean, I don't disagree, but like, would you be able to put yourself in his shoes and do the opposite of what he did? Could you not? Could you not do what he did? And I don't I don't know. I don't know. It's a crazy movie if you haven't seen it. It's crazy. Powerborn says his co-star Morgan Freeman made the scene work. It absolutely did. They were like the perfect combo. They made a perfect combo. I know, Easter Beast. I know. And that's the point that I'm trying to bring up here is could you bring yourself to do the opposite? Could you find it in your humanity to resist every urge that you had to do the opposite of what would just be natural? And I think that's what left me so in shock, I guess, when I walked out of that movie theater, just going like, no, no, there's not an ounce in me that would react any different kind of way. I would have done the same thing. But and I like to think about situations like that. Like, whenever you're in a situation in life, like, how are you going to respond to something? And I'd like to think you always would like to think that you're going to respond appropriately, but you never really, really, truly know until you're in the situation. And so I guess in my head when I watched the movie, I was trying to put myself in his shoes, in Brad Pitt's shoes, and I was going like I'm torn, so torn because I mean there's really no other reaction you would have. I would think that I would have than his. The Pianist. I haven't seen that. I tried to watch that one time, Diver Down, and I got a little ways into it, and I just couldn't make it through it. It was just too boring. Yeah, it was too slow for me. Let me ask you guys this question. What do you think of, and I'm almost positive we can probably all agree about this particular actor. What do you think about Liam Neeson? Versatile actor or same thing in everything that he's in? I feel like he's kind of the same thing in everything that he's in, but I also feel like, yeah, he's bland, but he's good bland, which is really kind of odd, right? Like you would think that when he's so bland like he is, that it'd be. So the thing is, I think he should never ever ever do a sequel of anything, ever. So when they did the whole, uh, what was the one that they did with when his daughter was kidnapped or something? I can't remember what that one was called. It's probably called Kidnapped. Taken. Yeah, Taken was a great movie, but you go back and you watch Taken 2 and you're like, how does this shit happen? Like, and it's the same thing all over again, and you're just sitting there going like, no, this is too much, this is too far, I can't do it. I'm done. I already saw Taken 1. It's the same movie. So I think, maybe it's just me, but I'm pretty sure that Liam Neeson needs to stick to never doing sequels ever. I think that's a problem. So otherwise, as long as it's a new storyline and we get the same Liam Neeson that we're used to seeing, it's going to probably be a good movie. Kate Blanchett. I feel the fact that I have to like look up her name tells me enough of what I need to know. Hold on. Hold on a second. I Yeah, no. I'm going with the no on that. Not for me. Maybe for you, but not for me. There was I always forget her name. Um, what do you think of Charlize Theron? I say her name funny in the back part, but Theron. I don't know how to say the last name correctly. What do you think of her? I don't know why she didn't do more movies, but I think she did a really good job in the ones that she was in. And then I felt like she just kind of disappeared a little bit. And I could be wrong. I'm actually pulling up a list of movies for her right now to see what she's in. She actually has Murder Mystery 2 coming out, where she's the executive producer. Let me just pull up the actress portion of it. It says here that she's only done only 70 movies. And then it doesn't list them. Oh, previous 68. Here we go. What? She was in Fast X? I didn't even recognize her. She's such a great actress. I didn't recognize her. I feel like she's a good actress. I've liked a lot of the things that she's been in. Yeah, Devil's Advocate was what she was definitely in that. Yes. Dynamite says Pacino made that. I kind of tend to agree with you, Dino. I mean, Keanu Reeves was in it too, but to be honest with you, as much as I like Keanu Reeves, I really don't think he has. I don't think he's that great of an actor. I mean, he's always just kind of that quiet, like contemplative part, and then when he actually does try to act, it's a little eh. So, uh, absolutely, I agree with you. Pacino definitely made that movie, but I think uh, Charisse did a pretty good job of doing her role. She didn't make the movie, but she definitely did a good job on her part. Donkey carrot for you, Brian, coming your way. Tell you what, I won't just give you one carrot. I'll give you three. Yeah, Dynamite says, "Whoa, Kiana in anything." Whoa, it's I never thought about it, but it's just as it's kind of like what's his face is wow. It's almost as iconic as she's won an Oscar. I wouldn't doubt it. I think she's a really good actress. Whoa, no way. Party on, man. No, I completely agree with you, Dynamite. All right, I'm gonna take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing. As soon as I get done with these numbers, I'm gonna go back to the back of the Big Tramp, and you guys are more than welcome to come back there and verbally discuss with me how terrible my my thought process is on some of these actors and actresses are, which I'm okay with. I'm completely fine with you coming in and admonishing me for my taste, because I'm not. I don't have like the perfect. I mean, I'm just another dude. Off exchange for AMC is at 49.11%. EDGX is at 7.6. The combined total is 56.71%. That's about 9.29% less than what I would expect to see. CHX has 6.2% of the volume going through there. That's 722,000 shares with a 30-day average of 3.56. Definitely elevated numbers. Oh, excuse me. On Ape, off exchange is 58.71%. EDGX is 5.57. We've got 64.28% going through that exchange. That is 1.72% less than what it should be by, or more. Wait, no, less. Sorry, less than what it should be by this time of the day. And there's 0 shares going through off exchange for Ape. GME CHX volume is 0.18 with a 30-day average of 0.36, so nothing unusually large happening there. And taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 1.28 million shares having gone through that exchange. It is now 1.39 million shares. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 23.51%. Cost per minutes at 8.26, average is 662.42%, and max is 881.15%. Shares on loan for the day today is at 193.7 million shares. That's 2.36 million shares less on loan today than yesterday, and 830,000 of that was in return short interest. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago, there was actually a couple hours ago, there's been quite a few hours where there's been 162,000 shares having been returned for the day. That's still the same. That's going to keep our estimated share interest of the free float at 4.7%. The cost to borrow maximum and average has not seen any numbers today because there has been no borrowed shares. Shares on loan for the day is at 10.41 million shares. That's 2.58 million shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. And according to Fidelity, the highest amount of call volume for the day today has been at a $4.50 strike. As of an hour ago, there was 12.6 thousand contracts. There's now 14.5. On puts, highest amount of puts has been at a $4 strike. An hour ago, there's 14.7 thousand contracts. There's now 14.9. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $6.07 and is retesting the bottom side of this ascending level of support. If it breaks through this, it will likely try to retest numbers like 603. If it breaks past 603, then the next retest is going to be around 596. Those are going to be the levels of support that we see on the way down. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only 3 I'm looking for, and I do not see those due to low volume. Trigger price for SSR for the day on AMC would have been at $3.98, Ape at 1.575. Those have not triggered for the day. Fees are still sitting where they were at a couple hours ago. And fees were last seen at 197%, so a little over 150,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today. According to Sonko Tracker. Taking a look at the markets, we've got NASDAQ up 1.49, Dow Jones up 0.97, S&P 500 is up 1.31. We have 3,838 advancers to 2,443 decliners. It's about where it was for like the last 2 hours. Not a whole lot of change there. Let's take a look at some of these banks and see what we got going on. Give me a second while I wait for these numbers to update. Okay, maybe all right, there we go. FRCB is down 22.12%. Silvergate's down 3.92. I'll read PacWest because it's pretty close. 2.72% down on PacWest. And that may be the limitations of stocks that are outside of a plus or minus 2.75% change. Ethereum Classic is currently up 8.65%. DXY is down 0.42. Oil is down 0.26 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.23 to 0.31 and kind of trading sideways. SPY is up 1.28 and trending downwards. VIX is currently showing down 1.77, is starting to head to the positive side, which means that the market should start heading down. VBR is up 0.68, VB is up 0.78, Tesla is up 1.95, Amazon is up 1.77, Cinemark is down 0.36, Doge is up 4.02, Bitcoin is down 0.19, GME is down 0.68, HYMC is up 0.21, NCMI is up 6.29, Hood is up 0.3, Ape is up 0.86, and AMC is down 2.48. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. There's approximately, let's see here, almost $400,000 more outflow than inflow. Total volume for the day today is at 12.21 million shares traded so far after 340 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 14 million shares traded by the end of the day. That's between 15 and 25 I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 52.31, which is average. On a 1-hour timetable time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.98, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.33, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.48, which is below average. On Ape, we have approximately, let's just call it $300,000 more inflow than outflow for the day. 6.64 million shares traded so far after 340 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 7.61 million shares traded by the end of the day. That is within the 1 to 20 million I suggested in the aftermarket hours, or when the market opened up. On a 4-hour time interval, we've got equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 48.96, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.24. Which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator currently occurring, RSI at 46.65, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 29.2, which is signaling oversold. And with that, I'm going to move back to the back of the big tramp. Here comes my Rex is already there. He's going to admonish me first. Here we go. Hi, Rex. Don't hurt me. Oh, he promptly left. he immediately left. Food? No, but Foo's here. Don't worry. Foo's here.
I think he saw you coming.
Come Dan. Come Dan.
Like, I'm coming, Rex, and he's like, I'm out of here.
Brandon, how's it going, man?
Okay, just about to end my day of work.
That is awesome.
Come, Dan.
KC, this is an intervention we've staged to have you enter counseling about your movie taste.
This has been really bad today.
It's like an intervention. We're all going to take turns and tell you how you have hurt us, how your behavior has hurt us and impacted us.
I'm ready.
And we expect you to check yourself in.
I'm ready.
Check yourself into the Betty Ford Clinic of movies after we're done.
I'm ready.
We're gonna have you room with Eddie Murphy the entire time.
No. Do you know what though? Like, I literally, that would actually be punishment for me. I don't think I could stand like 20 minutes in a room with that guy. I really don't. I don't think I could stand it.
Coming to America was a freaking amazing movie. How could you not even remember that one?
Look, Look. The very first time you're sitting in a jail cell with Eddie Murphy, and he goes like that. You probably laugh a little bit, right? You're laughing. You're like, oh, that's pretty funny. And then the fucking 18th time he does it, and you want to smash his brains in. And you're like, if you ever fucking laugh like that again, I'm gonna rub your face against the jail bars. Don't you ever laugh again. You know what I'm
You're
saying?
making a shank out of your toothbrush. Yeah.
I
Okay.
am going to permanently damage your throat so that you can never laugh like that again.
Oh boy.
Gee, that's a lot of
far.
that's a lot of hate. Dude.
It is.
You
It
have
is
a
so
lot of
much.
hate inside
You would. I'm telling you, if you had to live through
Hey,
hearing
see,
that laugh over and over and over, you would go insane. You would go insane.
that's part of his act. That's part of his
I
act.
understand, but it's not
See,
funny.
You
the
understand?
problem with
How about-
the problem with the colon cleansing clip, it's not about Eddie Murphy. It's just the gold standard of fart jokes. I mean, the last 3 minutes of that is just pure comedy gold with that guy farting at the dinner table. And if you got to get past your hatred of Eddie Murphy and take one for the fart joke.
I
Do you
can't.
like Charlie Murphy better?
Charlie Murphy.
So you're gonna give him throat yogurt until he can't laugh like that anymore? That's
Charlie Murphy is his brother, Casey.
I don't know who he is.
He died in 2017.
I don't know.
think after the Dave Chappelle show.
I never heard.
You
of
know
him.
who he is. If you like Dave Chappelle, do you watch the Dave Chappelle show?
I love Dave Chappelle, but I've never watched his show.
Okay, so you don't love him.
Well, I mean, I can like what I see, but I don't actively go out and search for it. Like if it pops up.
Yucca, what's your favorite character that Dave Chappelle plays? Do you like the crackhead?
Man.
Who's your favorite?
I loved Rick James, the Dave Chappelle, but the Rick James, the episodes.
Rick James, bitch. Yeah.
Yes, with the Charlie Murphy.
Yeah.
With them, like that episode of them explaining back in the days how they used to hang out.
I literally
playing basketball with Prince. He plays Prince.
Yeah.
I literally don't know what it is that you guys are talking about. Like the only thing I know about Dave Chappelle is his stand-up comedy, and that's it.
Damn, man. There's more to him.
You don't know what you're missing, man.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
I can't say that I've ever. What was Chappelle? What was Chappelle on though? Like, was that cable?
It was no.
What was it on?
Netflix.
Netflix. Okay, so what year? What year was it on Netflix for?
It
was Comedy Central, or was it Netflix?
How many years? Netflix.
It was on Netflix or Comedy Central. Which one?
Yeah,
Comedy Central. And Bigum's character is based after one of Chappelle's characters.
Yeah. I know.
Yes, it is. That's exactly where AMC Bigum's comes from. That's exactly.
Comedy Central.
So
Comedy Central,
that persona.
But the bad words were on Netflix. But then that's where the issue came, where he had an issue. Dave Chappelle had an issue with Netflix.
But it was Comedy Central. Let's just get this straight though, real quick, so I can understand why I missed it. So Comedy Central is where he was. Comedy. Where that's cable television. What years was that on from?
It was early 2000 or mid 2000.
Okay,
maybe late 90s.
That explains it to me then, because I didn't have cable television during that time.
Yucca, my favorite character of those skits that he plays was the blind black man who was in the KKK.
Oh, I love that.
He was raised in the blind, raised by the nuns. Yeah.
Oh my God, he didn't know he was black. Yeah, he thought he was Caucasian, So
he said in the very end of that skit, they told him that he was black for his whole life, thinking he was white, and he said he divorced his wife, and they asked him why, and he said because he couldn't be married to a N-word lover.
Oh my God, those were the days where you can say, because everything is a joke, nothing is really serious.
Oh, it was crazy. Oh yeah, Dynamite said Samuel Jackson Beer. He did that one too. That was I mean, it was top notch. Casey, you need to make an effort to try to find that and go through and see some of it. He has one where the character they talked about, AMC Bigums. I think the guy's name, I think the Dave Chappelle character's name is Bigums. He's a crackhead, and he goes to a school to speak for like career day or anti-drug day, and it is hilarity.
So in 2002, my firstborn child was born, Bradley, and my ex-wife wanted to stay at home while we raised Bradley and Hunter, and I was we were on a single income. We were a single income family, and I couldn't afford to buy or have cable at the time. So there's an entire era of probably like 10 years, a decade that I didn't see any cable television because I had to make priorities, in regards to like what I could afford and what I couldn't afford. And to be very bluntly honest, my ex-wife didn't really watch TV, so she's like, I don't she was the one that was in control of the budget, and so if she didn't want cable television, I wasn't getting it. So we had no cable television for the most part of a decade. And it would have been right around that like 2001 to probably like 2010 era that I wouldn't have had any cable whatsoever. The only thing I had access to was internet and anything that we would go to Blockbuster to go watch rent a movie or something like that for, and that was about it. So.
Well, you need a DeLorean now.
So I missed out like on an entire decade worth of funny. I mean, there was a lot of stuff I wanted to see too. Because I remember like Adam Carolla had like the man something or man show or man whatever it was. I didn't have access to watch that. I wanted to see that. I mean, there was so much stuff, just so much stuff that I missed during that era. So I don't know. I guess
Girls on trampolines. If you watch the man show for nothing else than the girls on trampolines, and then they have the wonderful beer toast, ziggy ziggy zoy zoy, ziggy ziggy zoy zoy.
Yeah.
And
that like goes right over the top of my head when you say that because it like has no reference to me whatsoever.
Yeah. Girls on trampolines is self-explanatory. That's required.
Papa Bav says, "Divorce that bitch."
Yeah. Yeah, that was when Jimmy Kimmel was really funny. I thought Jimmy Kimmel was really funny. He's not funny anymore. It sucks. I don't even watch him.
Yeah, there's.
AC, have you ever seen the Red Green Show?
Bits and pieces, but only because some of it was on the internet.
Yeah, they always close the show out with their little meeting, their club, and I think their slogan was "We're men, and we'll change if we have to."
Yeah, I caught some skits that probably posted up to YouTube on different occasions, but never an entire episode or. Yeah, there was never anything. Yeah,
I don't even think Chappelle could get on a Comedy Central type show anymore. I mean, the things that he was doing, like he was the milkman to this white family, and their last name was Mr. and Mrs. N-word, and boy, they just went off with that, and they could get away with it back then, but now it would never even happen. And he comes in with the milk. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. N-word. He doesn't even care. Oh, gosh, that guy's funny.
I'll bet you that censored content knows about the Red Green Show.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
Canadian.
Starting to like them Canadians more and more.
Casey lives in a little house on the prairie. Well, not anymore. Although you would think so with the way my internet is these days. Yeah, but believe it or not, I still don't have cable. I don't have cable right now. I guess I went
Do you have a toilet?
I went a decade without it, and it kind of got to the point to where I was kind of like, why do I need to go back to cable? I don't see a reason why I needed to. So, because I mean, there really wasn't anything on, 5 or 7 years ago that I really felt like I needed to watch other than The Walking Dead. That was probably one of the big one. That was probably one of the only things I really wanted to see on cable television that I could have pulled up. So I just I don't have cable to this day. I still don't have cable.
You're starting to sound like a foo dog.
I mean, I feel like
Screw cable.
everything you could possibly want to watch, I feel like's on, Netflix or Amazon or, Disney Plus or
I
whatever it
don't
is,
even have Netflix.
Yeah, I've got Netflix, but
My daughters bought Amazon, and I had an old Amazon Fire Stick. I was like, no, I don't even need that. I'll just watch YouTube on my iPad. And they're like, geez, Dad. So they hooked up my Fire Stick with their subscription. That sounds really bad of me, but I'm just like, no, I'm not going to buy it. I paid for Netflix for 20 years for you girls, and now you can Netflix on your own because I'm not watching it. It went too woke for me. I was like, I'm done.
so let me ask a question. Wait, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Oh, I was going to say cost to borrow average is 662%. Jeez Louise.
Yeah. Darren says if you still got a Betamax. Actually, Darren, I convinced my parents that they should not go Betamax and that they should go VHS. And it was during that time when everybody started going Betamax, and everybody was saying Betamax was the way to go. And I told my parents, I said, nope, don't do it. Don't you dare do it because it's going to be VHS. And sure enough, what we end up getting VHS. And it was a dang good thing that we did because Betamax just went belly up. So.
Did you walk around with that sticking out?
Huh? Yeah. Heck yeah, I did.
You're
No.
like, yeah.
No.
Damn right. Look what I did, Dad. I bet he was proud of you.
No, I've never had an 8-track. Never once had one of those.
No? What
Nope.
the? Oh, okay.
I was born in '76. I rode in my grandma's car, and she had an 8-track in it. That's the only one I ever remember.
The year you were born, KC, I discovered Farrah Fawcett's poster in the one-piece bathing suit and had it stapled to my ceiling. So that shows you the disparity in our ages. You were just now coming into this world, and I was just figuring how to rub one out.
My parents wouldn't let me put posters of girls on my walls. So I had airplanes.
Mine wouldn't either, but I put that same photo on the back of my door, and my mom didn't see it for like 5 years. And she would come in and she'd clean, straighten up my room or whatever, because I was a little pig back then. And then what changed a foo from being a little pig was when my mom closed the door and found the Farrah Fawcett picture on the back of the door that she had. So then she tore it down. There were still little pieces of it taped there. She was so mad she tore it down. And I was like, all right, I need to start cleaning my own room at this point.
KC was a little bicentennial baby. That was the year of the 1976 was the year of the little celebrations. There were little hometown parades, and that was all the rage, the big bicentennial.
Mm-hmm.
Quarters. They had quarters come out.
Yep, I collect those. Every time I get one, I always hold on to it and store it away.
I used to collect Sacagaweas for my daughters. They just spent them.
Dynamite says 11/26/76. All right, another bicentennial. Look at that! Look at that! What are we? 30 minutes? Yep, we're 30 minutes into the end of the day, and what do we start doing? Poof, taking off. Look at that.
Oh, look at that.
That's
nice.
Some purdy.
Oh, daddy like.
I said $4.49 for a close. We'll see.
Rippity day. Let's go. God, that's a straight up thing too.
Mm-hmm.
Someone gave her a Cialis, huh?
Well, you were talking about Farrah Fawcett.
Oh. I swear, if I cause the MOASS Pantheon, I'm never going to let you all live this down.
You will forever pray to the Church of Foo.
I'll be walking around with my little chest sticking out. Woohoo, look at me. Dang. Someone knows something we don't? That's a big one. That's what she said. Sorry, I just cleared my throat there.
Have any of you had the pleasure of stumbling across the little YouTube clips of the gentleman who's walking around Central Park and these other populated areas with his little fart machine and pretending to pass gas as people walk around him? Any of you all seen that yet?
Oh, yeah.
It's called Sons of Arkham.
Oh, man, I got into that. I went down that rabbit hole yesterday evening after we all got finished, and I just couldn't stop laughing, man. I couldn't stop laughing. He'd wait till those beautiful girls come up next to him, man, and he would make eye contact with them.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, he's not Sons of Arkham. He's a different guy. It's farting while making eye contact. Oh my gosh, those are so funny. How do they keep a straight face?
I don't know, man. I couldn't do it, but he's masterful at it, man. And they're perfect for anyone who has a short attention span. Mrs. Pirate likes things that are 3 minutes or shorter, and that's benefited our sex life over the years. But she likes those little short clips, and man, I'm telling you, it's just 1 3-minute vignette after our video after another of him just like farting next to people as they're walking around the jogging paths and things like that. And I can't recommend it any higher.
Man. They are funny, though. The Sons of Arkham guy, he's got another type of little fart machine, and they just sound juicy. And they will make you laugh every single time, because they're just like, what the hell? And then he, like, grabs the back of his butt, and he, like, shuffles away.
Yeah, he's got one called the Turdy Tornado, where he does, like, a little ballet pirouette when he hits the button. And then... Yeah, he's got all sorts of them where he acts like he's stretching, like he's got a hand. He pulled a hammy or something. He's up against a bench and he's stretching. As soon as the people approach him, as soon as they get right next to him, he trips them up. It's just, he's got it down, man. And I'm telling you, it is really funny.
After 7 years of marriage, do you still have sex or?
What? That's when it gets good.
Really? After 7 years?
Oh, yeah.
That's crazy.
You know, that's what the movie 7 Year Itch with Marilyn Monroe was about.
God.
Joe, that is Brian.
Oh, yes, it is. Of course. Yeah. And let's send Joe a message. There.
I said my nanyas.
Yeah.
I gotta go.
I'm gonna go way back for this one. Have you seen the movie with Paul Newman and the woman who eventually became his wife, called A Long Hot Summer?
Doesn't sound familiar.
Was that Tennessee Williams?
I think the father was. I can't. It's called The Long Hot Summer.
I think
it's about a wealthy
Williams play, is it not?
Highway Frog says, Casey, do you still have your rock collection? And for as much money as that rock collection has been paid for to be shipped from one end of the United States to the other, I think its sentimental value is unreleasable. So yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
KC, I missed the toast, but tomorrow's Canada Day, so I'd like to give a little shout out
Good.
to toast your glasses to Canada Day.
Hooray for Canada.
I didn't toast. I didn't toast. Hold on.
Love Canada.
Actually, let me grab my glass here, and I'll go fill it up with some a drink, and then I'll be right back.
Canadian stuff.
And we'll toast.
I had some Canadian, was it spritzer? What was that stuff?
Tonic water?
No, it's the Canadian, was it ginger juice or
Canada Dry. Ginger
Canada
ale.
Dry? Yeah, I had that. Yeah, it's great. Love
Salt
it.
water? Is that what you're
Love
talking about?
it.
Salt water?
Love it. I love Canada Dry. That's good.
Brian, you sound like one of Anna Carvey's characters.
I drink that Canadian Mist.
Seagrams? Talking about Seagrams?
Seagrams, yeah, Seagrams.
Damn it. Come
That
on now.
distillery is from my hometown.
That's great.
All right, I got my drink. Here we go. I'm gonna toast.
They have to distill.
I'm gonna toast to Canada. May she smoke less than George Burns. In the near future. Cheers.
And then whose birthday is
Canada,
Canada.
I'm a loser, baby. So why don't you kill me?
To Canada.
Canada. Today's whose birthday?
So much for my happy ending. Yep.
I'm a loser, baby. So why don't you kill me?
Oh, I hate Beck. Beck's another one I hate. I hate that guy.
Who?
Ooh, well, y'all don't be hating
You like
people,
Beck?
man.
Oh, I do like Beck.
God.
I like Beck a lot.
You like Beck?
I
Oh
do.
my gosh.
You like
That's
Beck
crazy.
bend it like Beckham? Is that what you like?
He just likes to bend it.
I like Beck's.
KC.
Yeah.
We're celebrating Canada Day tomorrow. Just to let you know, fun little thing. It's when the Canadian Confederation occurred, right? And it's when 3 separate colonies, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and the United Canadas, merged into one dominion called Canada. It used to be the United Canadas. Isn't that kind of cool?
Huh.
Is that Pantheon?
That's Pantheon. Hi, Yucca.
Hi, did your voice change? Did you just reach maturity?
For celebration, do you guys have like a traditional meal of quiche?
Sounds different.
I'm
Quiche?
on the same headset as always. No quiche. It's just a big fireworks. This year, I think it's a big drone display because we can't be doing.
I'm just
fireworks
busting your
right now.
balls, man.
That's all good. It's all good. There'll be drone displays all over the country. Celebrate.
Why
Light
were they
shows.
the United Canada? Do you know what the history is on behind why they were the United Canadas instead of being one single sovereign nation?
No, I don't know. There was the United Canadas, then there was Nova Scotia, and then there was New Brunswick, and they all got merged together to be Canada. I don't know why it was called that. I could look it up. I'm sure your audience is fascinated with.
I mean, I'm the kind of person that's curious about that kind of stuff because it just kind of makes you wonder, like, why Canada.
So prior to that, there was colonies of Upper Canada and Lower Canada. They got abolished to create the United Canadas, which then got united with 2 others to become just Canada. We're a very creative bunch up here.
Am I not mistaken in stating the fact that there's the French Canadians and then the Canadians? Like there's like a 2 different parts where some people are kind of more French
There's
leaning.
Czechoslovakian Canadians too.
I
But
forget.
we're all just Canadians, right?
No, I know, but there's like a. Go ahead.
There's 2 official languages, French and English.
Right. But I
So
mean,
there are
isn't there like a divide somewhere?
Quebec tried to separate from us. We had to do a little vote on that, a referendum. It didn't pass. So
Chicks.
That's Louisiana, KC. You're thinking about the Huguenots, the French in Louisiana.
No, I swear I had heard that there was like there's like this like French leaning. I'm not even sure what it is exactly. It's
French leaning.
I know
The
French
French
lien is not.
Canadians have wanted to separate from Canada, but
Yeah,
still get money from us.
Right,
They've
French
been trying to do that. Yes.
French Canadians, and there was like this like hostility between Canadians and French Canadians, and there was like some kind of divide that was occurring, and I don't know anything about it because I've never done any research on it whatsoever. But just reading things that
Well, the English came in and removed the French from Nova Scotia and shipped them all down to South Louisiana. And when the Louisiana Purchase happened, they bought Louisiana. Napoleon told them they had to keep all the French people that came with the property. So most of those people now are what we call Cajuns, which is slang for Acadians. There you go.
Know that.
What's the difference between Cajun and Creole?
True Cajun, Creole is more like African, some African descent, like New Orleans, and then more true Cajuns are in the Lafayette, south of Lafayette, in the Acadiana area.
And do you eat mud bugs?
Absolutely.
Oh, you damn right.
Wait, they don't taste like nothing.
Yeah, they do.
Miniature
Mud
lobster.
bugs taste like nothing.
Well, you got to. It's who's cooking.
Well, wait. Oh,
You got to put some cayenne pepper and salt.
Yeah, but they don't. You cook them by themselves. They don't taste like crap.
Yeah, that's we're replowing old ground. Casey covered that about a week ago about eating the tail and sucking the head. Yeah, he milked that eating the tail and sucking the head thing for every laugh it was worth.
Okay. Sucking the head. The hell?
Sorry.
Sucking the head.
Didn't know that.
So the reason I know all this because my wife is Cajun.
Casey, you remember when you didn't believe us that Shirley actually existed?
That's not what I said. That's not what I said at all. No, no, I didn't say.
About money bags?
I said I didn't believe she was in the back of the Big Tramp, and you said yes, she was.
All right, I'm putting things in your mouth.
Yeah,
again.
you're putting. Yeah,
You're talking
yes,
about Shirley?
Yeah.
You're talking about Miss Moneybags? Is that right?
I don't know.
Yeah, Miss
That's
Honey. It's Miss Honey. It's Miss Honeybag. Honeybag. Honey. Honeybag.
Okay.
She tastes sweet, all right.
She's nice. I like her.
She's a sweetie.
I like
Everybody likes her.
I do like her.
Yeah. So there she is, Casey. Do you believe us now?
No,
Emilio,
I didn't say she
this
doesn't
show
exist.
doesn't have a racist bone in its body, Emilio. You've lost your damn mind.
I said that I didn't say she doesn't exist. I said that I didn't believe she was in the back of the Big Tramp.
She was in the back of the Big Tramp. Yep. She didn't like it because it was sticky. You know.
She goes in the bathtub a lot.
She does. Yep.
Yeah, it's cleaner back there.
It's cleaner. Cleaner than the bathtub.
You guys are chasing her away right now. She came in here to say something nice about Canada, and now all you guys are doing is probably making her feel really awkward.
So, nice to Shirley. She's got thick skin. She doesn't. She's got thick skin. Come on, Casey.
I'm okay. If you say so.
See, now she's back here. Is she back here in the back of the tramp? She should go back here.
The population of Canada lives within 200 miles of the U.S. border. Is that right?
Something like that. Pretty close to being true. Yeah.
So,
I mean, it probably is warmer.
Yeah.
Just saying.
They're like.
There's a lot of land to the north that doesn't quite get. Yeah.
You don't want to go up there.
No. You go up there to hunt and fish.
That's about it.
In the dead of summer.
I can pick it to go to Canada, but
I don't want to go to Canada.
I actually learned something new yesterday, and I didn't realize
to the
this.
land of the ice and snow.
I like hot stuff.
Did you guys know
I like it hot.
Poland is like pretty much like the same
Longitude?
portion of the hemisphere as like a northern Canada?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Don't want to go there.
I actually was looking at a map the other day. Preacher and I were talking, and I was looking at the map, and I was like, "Holy crap, that's actually really high up." I didn't realize if the map is accurate. I'm assuming the
You
map.
believe
was
it. You
accurate.
believe. You believe everything. You believe the map. You believe
Yeah.
the Earth is round.
Yuck.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh my God, yucca. You destroy us.
Brian, you want to go to Figueroa?
Yeah, I want to go to Figueroa for sure.
We're taking Casey with us.
Okay. Good.
You guys
Let's go.
Yeah.
I won't have the money till after MOASS, though.
Oh, man.
Those girls are expensive.
You won't need money. You just go there and you get a sugar daddy, or you get
a shuttle. You scoop
A shutter.
shuttle.
You almost said sugar daddy. I heard it. You almost said sugar daddy.
Yep, I heard it too.
Why would you say that?
He's looking for one.
Will your sugar daddy take you, Yucca?
My donkey daddy.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
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 Easy.
Whoa, Nelly.
Who's Snuffleupagus? I can't even say that.
Well, you tried. That's the
Snuffleupagus.
There you go.
Joe says he's coming with you to Figueroa Street, whatever the hell that is.
That's good. Figueroa is where the girls are.
Well, they look like girls.
They are girls. A lot of them.
Oh. Is that
Yucca knows.
Very careful. Be very careful.
No. Come on.
Good God, how many people are in here? Holy shit, I didn't even check.
Oh man.
They're all girls.
Sure.
All girls.
Shirley, get in the back of the big tramp. What's wrong with you? Pantheon's here. You have
plenty of room.
He's got your back. He'll
come and support Canada.
He'll Canada, all right. If we get out.
Canada.
Snuffleupagus?
Oh, Canada.
I'm so confused. Why is Snuffleupagus saying hi?
Oh, come on, Casey.
I don't get it.
It's got to be code for something. Come on.
I don't get it.
He's gonna put his trunk in your mouth.
Gross.
Did you see my
He's furry. He
flip-flops.
has big eyes. He's best friends with.
Flip flops have rainbows on them under your feet.
They have racing stripes. Or
Actually,
something.
my rainbow, my flip flops are literally called rainbows.
Big Bird. Big Bird. Big Bird says hi.
You shouldn't admit that at all.
Dude, they are the best flip flops
they have
ever.
racing stripes. They're not rainbows.
Yeah, they are.
I honestly, when I first saw that picture, Brian, I thought you had like major toe fungus, and I had to zoom in.
No. I use hydrogen peroxide on my toes, so I don't have any fungus. Yeah.
Flip flops are considered formal wear in Florida.
Is that a thing? You can use hydrogen peroxide on your toes?
Yeah.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, fungus.
Do you just... How does that work? Do you just put your feet... Do you put it into water in a footbath?
You throw it on your toes.
You... Like a Q-tip?
No, I just throw it on my toes.
You just like douse your... You like shake it around like a gasoline can and you just shake it at it? You shake it until there's like your toes are just completely wet?
Yeah.
Do you put your finger over the top of it and kind of shake it up and then squirt it out, or?
It has a little squirt bottle thing.
Oh, okay.
You kind of have to manipulate it a little bit.
No, you don't manipulate it.
Well, then it'll squirt out a lot better if you manipulate it a little bit.
Don't manipulate it. Don't listen to Boo Dog. Don't listen to him, man.
It's probably a bad idea.
Don't listen to Boo Dog. No, you squirt on your toe.
Do you
And
do,
it
do you massage it in?
Squirt on your
yeah,
toes?
massage it in
You
too.
massage it in, yeah.
Yeah, massage it
How long do you let it sit for?
forever.
You don't
Just
wipe
let
it
it
off.
go?
You let it go. No, you don't wipe it off.
Wow, that sounds really bad for you.
No, it's
I,
hydrogen peroxide. I mean, come on.
I just recently saw a lady there was a video that she was putting out. I don't know if she was a doctor or not, but she was talking about hydrogen peroxide and how it interacts with the body, and she was trying to talk about using it as a treatment for cancer, and she was basically saying that like you wipe down your whole body with hydrogen peroxide every day to kind of kill off.
Was it Manjeet?
No. It was a video.
It wasn't Manjeet.
No.
I'm so tired. I'm tired of this play. I'm so tired.
Oh, damn it.
Sorry. I had to go there.
Hydrogen peroxide is really good for you, Casey. I know you don't believe us because you think we're just trying to experiment on you.
Okay, now I'm worried because I wasn't thinking that, but now I will be thinking that for sure.
He wasn't before, he does now.
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking everything
Everybody's
is
doing it,
yeah.
Casey.
How do we experiment with Casey? that's
Everybody's doing it, Casey. You should too.
everybody's doing
Like
it.
even
Yep.
small, like if you have like a small skin issue, like a small mole or something, you can put iodine on it. It just goes away.
Yeah, use hydrogen peroxide for sure. I would.
Hydrogen peroxide's good.
Yeah,
to
it's
switch your
really
mouth
good.
out.
Really good.
Yeah.
Can I drink
AC,
it?
Are you free next? Are you free next week? Because my kids have a science fair. They need a project. Give you a couple bucks. Let them take you in, man.
They're gonna try different.
Not that bad.
Different. Is it taking a shot of different house chemicals? Because I'll sign up for that.
Take a shot. No, don't take a shot.
See, yeah. And Shirley says tea tree oil. Do you guys use tea tree oil?
No.
Oh, see. Well, then you have to be careful with it because it can burn.
Yeah, it's bad
I
stuff.
prefer Glide.
Astro?
Use it formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde. That's kind of rough.
Damn it.
I wouldn't use formaldehyde, guys. Unless you want to store a couple kidneys or something. I don't know.
They have bacon flavored KY jelly now.
Really?
Good.
How do you know it tastes
Well, if they don't, they should.
Only women know about that.
Corey Jones says, does anybody know why ESPN is firing a bunch of people?
That's
Nobody
a
watches
great question, Corey Jones. I wonder.
Yeah, they're trying to save 5.5 billion by cutting 7,000 jobs across ESPN and Disney. There's some big names. They're cutting Jeff Van Gundy as one of their analysts. Yeah, they're cutting Susie Colbert, Max Kellerman, Keyshaw Johnson, Jalen Rose.
Kellerman?
Susie Colbert.
Yeah, Kellerman's
Sounds like
out.
they're eating themselves.
It's almost like they went broke because they went what the word
What rhymes
is.
with broke? What rhymes with that?
I wonder what
Choke?
the word is. Max
Choke. Choke and broke.
Stoke?
They went choke.
They went
Choke
Stoke?
and broke.
They should have stuck to sports.
Bloke? Did they bloke?
They went bloke.
They went bloke.
They went bloke.
Yeah.
How can you get rid of Max Kellerman? He's been a boxing staple.
How do you get rid of Susie Colbert? Come on.
Especially in today's world. She's
I don't
good.
even know.
She's been doing that job quite a long time. She's really good at it.
Yuck is holding something up to the.
You guys know what this is? I don't know if you can read it.
He's nuts.
See, I can't see yet.
45 record. What's that say?
Damn it.
Oh, is Yucca on video?
It
I
looks like
can't
he's
see.
he's got the
I can't see
turntable
Yucca.
going and everything. By the way, guys,
Yeah,
hold
two
on a second. I
turntables
gotta.
and a microphone.
He's got two turn.
Play it for y'all.
Record, but we can't read the
I have
label
that
of the
on vinyl. I
Can
got
you
it on
hear me?
vinyl.
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
hear
we
you.
hear you.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna play it for you.
Scratch the
Are you
record.
gonna scratch for it?
Yeah, scratch it, man.
He's got the hoodie going.
He's got a double turntable. Look at
Okay,
that.
hold on.
I can't
Play
see.
it. I'm gonna play it.
Where's the
We gotta
microphone?
turn the
And a
speaker
microphone.
Look at that.
How come I can't see Yucca?
All right, here.
Like a
You should
microphone.
know by now.
That sounds
Coast to
gay.
Coast. That's a Coast to Coast song they'd always play.
That's a gay.
Yeah.
Coast to
Yeah,
Coast.
that's why I got it.
You're playing gay.
Look how happy he is.
It was in a microphone.
I heard that Food Dog is going to do a coast to coast show.
Tune in for that.
The nuclear reactor just had to put a couple of beams down, a couple of rods down the water.
Guys, do you want to see I got the T-shirt just for Kenny boy.
Let's see it.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's see it. Sure. Where are you?
I need to probably move the camera lower.
I
I
can't
don't know
see.
if it's visible.
What's that first word?
Fuck you, you fucking fuck.
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
How come I can't see nothing?
Because you're blind.
It's still waiting
Did you
to pop
block
up.
me? I was blocked. I think I was blocked.
You drop your glasses when you're out giving the vegetable to the donkey.
How do you guys know that?
All right.
That's a bunch of crap.
What is that?
I
Is
can't
the
see.
guy from?
I
Is
can't
that
see.
the backstory?
Is that the guy from Bud Light or what?
Yeah. That's Brian there.
Preacher, I can't see Preacher.
That's the
I turned off the camera.
Backstreet Boys.
Oh, he turned it off.
But it's wild. Check out the record.
Oh, wait.
Definitely.
Damn, that's nice.
Definitely
That's a
Bud
nice
Light.
one.
I see Foo. Okay, I see Foo.
Wait,
Can you
Fu,
see Foo?
Fu,
I
hold
see
it.
Foo.
Hold it up, Fu. Hold it up, Fu.
Go back. Show your Corvette.
I have to show my Corvette.
Can you show your Corvette?
I know. I got
Go
ready.
ride in the Corvette.
He's had it parked there for years.
I
There's
know.
no engine
I've-
inside.
I've only seen Fu in the garage. I think he sleeps there. That's basically he's
sleeping in-
isolated
yeah,
to
he's
that part
sleeping
of
in
the
his
house.
car.
I don't think the Corvette moves.
Do you sleep in
This
your
is gonna
car?
start.
Did you get
I
that
have
from?
to tell the Corvette story.
Can you start it up?
Okay,
Start,
Come on, let's hear it. Let's hear it. Fu.
start up the Corvette.
I had the top down.
Dude, start it up.
That's what she said.
That's what she said.
That's what she said. I had the top down, and for the first time ever, it rained on me, and I had to pull over and put the top up. I felt so stupid.
Just start up and give it a couple revs. And just leave it on. It won't start.
It won't start.
It won't
It doesn't
start.
have an engine.
Be very quiet. I'm hunting rabbits.
It's gonna start. Okay, that was great. That was great, man.
That
I
thing-
love that.
I think you need to put some kind of amplification on it or something.
or an
that
engine
electric?
or fuel.
You gotta
It's
put
an
gas in the gas tank.
It's electric.
It's one of the first electric Corvettes ever.
That was
By the
amazing.
way, Fu, I don't know if that was a joke or you turned it on, but we didn't hear anything.
No.
No.
Damn it, preacher! Damn it, preacher!
Yucca says, does it have an engine?
All right. I gotta.
I think it just needs fuel.
I got.
Living
I gotta
on
back
his
out.
garage.
All right, I had to back out of the back of the big tramp there. I'll go back in there in just a minute when I'm done with the outro here, guys. But it is that time of the day. We do have a trading day, and it's only a half day on Monday. So you're only going to get a 2-day weekend, but we do have the 4th of July off. So as usual, you know what time this is. This means this is. All good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest. It's a 2-day weekend. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And damn it, that Indiana Jones movie was freaking awesome. Go see it. Because after all, that's what we're here to do, is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good weekend. Have a great weekend. Beep, beep. The Big Tramp has a louder engine than his Corvette.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other.